Yes, and it's based off the context of what you're speaking about, right? Because a Black American can still be just a descendant of dark skinned indigenous people without African ancestry, but is considered Black American. So it's so many different contexts. That's what the easiest way that I change the dynamic of these arguments is by I always say use historical accurate terminology, right? So when you
They
caste system didn't exist until the 1600s,
exactly, they were not calling
the-
those people black,
exactly.
but
So that would
they
push
were
you
saying that those people that
we're
they
dark.
first
That's
that the
crazy.
Europeans had first contact with, they said they described what I look like, what my family looks like, what you look like. Literally.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
described different types, and one of those types was a very dark skin. They described all of their features, their nose, their
Exactly.
lips.
Exactly. So, but once you separate that term black, right, from the description and use historical accurate terminology, and you describing a certain phenotype of American Indians that was here, that stops the argument of how black people got here before Columbus. Because black, it's like when people use these historical accurate terminologies, they can't go into the constant chasing the tail roundabout argument, which they do, because it will always go back and forth. Like, well, how black people got here before this, that, and the third, and then you trying to explain how black people got here, but those people weren't actually black at all
Those
because
that's
black.
not what people say is black. That's so blackness was created by Europeans. And I'm talking about in the modern sense, in how we use the word black, that was created by Europeans. In the and I'm talking about the modern system. I'm not talking about what did they consider a black person 1500 years ago. I'm talking about right now. We're still using the system that Europeans created, what, like 500 years ago, 600, 700 years ago. We're still using now, which is race science, which is not a real science. I don't think people understand
Right,
that. Like the racial categories of what white means nothing. If you go to Europe and you say, who are your people? They're not going to say white people. No
right,
European is going to say, oh, I'm white. I have white pride. That does not exist. It only exists for people like, for instance, Black Americans, because that is what my people were actually labeled. Meaning in core documentation that relates to Black American people, we were referred to as American Negroes. And so the Black community decided to take that and to just say, I am Black American, to
right,
describe specifically not their race, but their ethnic group. Meaning, if there's an ethnic group and they adopt a name, it doesn't mean that that name now has to be used for race. So even Black Americans, we don't, how do I say this? Like even for us, blood quantum, for instance, means nothing. There is no such thing, and this is what people don't understand about Black Americans specifically, is that they'll be like, oh, well, that person's daddy is a white man. When has it ever mattered? That's the way my community feels, right? It's like, no, you don't get stripped of your blackness because you look like Meghan Markle, because that's not the way that our ethnic group categorizes our ethnicity.
right.
And honestly,
That's very true.
I feel like with Black Americans, our ethnicity exists outside of the quote unquote white man's racial system.
Mm. Well, I won't say that. What I'll say, it works within the system that we was forced into, and we accepted it because it's based off of family anyway. Like regardless of what you are, family is always going to be the main unit. You get what I'm saying? No matter what, it wouldn't matter. So When you talk about
Way that
black,
everybody works.
but I agree with you 100%
Oh yeah, no, but I'm
on.
agreeing with you, and I'm just saying that the reason why it's so different with you know darker skinned Indians and Black Americans is because we are diverse people. Like everybody in Nigeria looks the same because they are not ethnically diverse. They're incredibly tribal. They don't mix with people. They don't like doing that stuff. But my people have always been okay with others. It's always been violence waged against us. We have not been the people who have been the problem, who have been super tribal. Let's just say that, where we're going out and going at war with people because we don't like their skin color. We Skin color is almost meaningless. It means nothing. Like tell me
And
who
that
you are.
we've had to, like, again, like, right, like we did have the one drop rule. So, and not to even say that was even really a focal point of shifting in perception for our community, because way before the one drop rule existed, there was definitely what you consider mulattoes, octoroons, and everybody all within the black community. And if at the time what they would consider lucky, maybe one of those octoroons can pass as white. And you know what? The black family didn't say shit. We let that motherfucker pass as white. That's a fact.
Absolutely.
That's a fact.
Absolutely.
Because
If you don't want to see your mama and your daddy and your cousins anymore, by all means, head out.
well, it wasn't even like that. It was just an opportunity at a point in time. Like when we think about a context of time, like we can look back on it and say, in hindsight, and say that shit sounds coonish. But in the context of time, and you might have popped out extremely. I have ancestors who passed as white, right? And they will still come around, just not as much. You get what I'm saying? But they was providing for the family. So don't get it twisted. There's many different dynamics to these to the experiences of Black Americans. But in general, I fully agree with you. We have always been very inclusive on no matter what range of what we call quote unquote Black American you are. And I would say it's because we really that we I wouldn't say
When
we didn't have a
if a
choice. We had a
baby in
choice,
Africa comes
but
out with blue eyes, they have been known to unalive the child. Have you ever seen that happen with our people?
oh, we would never.
Right.
We would never. We would never.
Hold on 1 second. Needy's trying to
We
hop
would
in.
never.
Hold on. Needy's trying to hop in here.
What up, Niji?
Yeah, I was just trying to. I don't know if you can hear me right. I'm driving. I'm in the truck right now. But I just want to say, like, on that, like, you kind of got to be careful, like, because we've been like kind of like brainwashed with the black term, so we're kind of trying to compare ourselves to people that are not our same phenotype, because we're the only people that can have we have complexion for every different type of complexion. It could be from the same parents. You know what I mean? And other people are basing, when we say black, they're kind of comparing us to like Africans. You know what I'm saying, when they say that term. So with us, that's why they said they found the copper color races when they came here, to America or whatever. But I just wanted to say that because that can help us like stop comparing ourselves to Africans or whatever when and other people that are considered black now. Because we're more of a brown, you know what I'm saying? We're more of from caramel to vanilla, you know what I'm saying? To dark chocolate, you know what I mean? I would just say it all to say that, but I land my plane with that.
Yeah, for sure. Y'all go ahead.
I'm both, so I don't consider dark-skinned Indians or natives black.
You're both what?
I'm black and I'm native.
Okay, so what do you mean by native?
What do you mean?
Okay, because see that's where people get the terms mixed up. Is that it makes it confusing because It's no such thing. If you're from the U.S., there's no such thing as a so-called black person. You know what I'm saying? Because we're all American Indians. We're indigenous. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
you can, and I understand that, but I, as an individual, know my history, and these are not the same groups.
Well, okay then. So you're saying that the native.
I'm referring to a group that you're not, is what I'm saying.
Okay, so
Well, shit. I'll push the envelope. Honestly, I'll say the folks that are indigenous to America and those that are classified as black are the same people. Refer to discuss what happened to the indigenous people that got classified as black.
Yeah.
Who was majority classified as black over here? You know, I'll push the envelope to that length. But if folks don't want to be black, then that's fine. But and things like that. But yeah, I push that envelope. We find me more people that's classified as black more than the Americans.
Yeah. So I was saying
I also don't consider Africans black. I consider Africans to be African. I consider Latinos to be Latino. I consider Jamaicans to be Jamaican. Like when I talk about blackness, I'm not talking about a phenotype or skin color. I'm actually referring to the name of an ethnicity, if that makes sense.
I get what you're saying. Yeah,
like,
I get
like,
you.
like if you go down to Mexico, right? I used to live in Mexico. I used to live where the Mayans came from. And there are still Mayan people. People don't understand it. But that's their name. They're called the Mayans. That is their actual name. And so when I refer to blackness, I am not talking about a phenotype or a skin color, and I'm also not talking about Africans. I'm talking about a specific ethnic group, and I'm talking about a legal category, right? So some of my people were legally categorized as American Negroes.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of people have co-opted blackness in the term, and like you could ask like, why do you call yourself black? You're literally Jamaican. Why, when you step on American soil, are you now a black person? If we were in Jamaica, you would never call yourself black. If we were in Nigeria, Nigerians would never call themselves black. But they try to co-opt. They're trying to co-opt a legal status.
Yeah.
That's why they're naming themselves black. Because they know that in the United States of America, the United States is the largest market on the planet. It is the largest market on the planet. It's the largest consumer market. Everybody makes money off of the United States of America. And what they're doing, a lot of them are setting it up so that they can have a legal status as American Negro, when we know only one group of people were given that legal status. So I'm not talking about phenotype or race science or anything. I'm talking about the legal status when I say black people.
Yeah, so what I was talking about is like the native, like it's a difference between, some people that call themselves native and people call themselves American Indians. That's just the fact of the matter. So that's what I was trying to get at when you're talking about your native and black. That's like, so.
Hey, Niji, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Do you know the reason of why the difference is when some people use American Indian versus Native American?
Yeah, my own opinion from what I've been paying attention to, for years, and I knew them, is the one thing I noticed that the people that are, I'm not trying to offend anybody, but the Siberians, that type of group always considers themselves native. You never hear them talking about their Indian, ever. But with us growing up, our grandmas, our family are known to tell us that we got Indian in us. But now we're finding out the joke is on us. We don't have Indian in us. We are the Indian. So with that being said, the civil rights and all that stuff is for Indian rights. It has nothing to do with natives. And I do know the deeper term where the actual natives comes from. But what I'm saying is people of today, I know it's usually people that are connected to that reservation consider themselves natives, but they're not black per se. You know what I'm saying?
So for my great grandfather, who is again de-enrolled, we were talking about this earlier. Yeah, he was there. So he's both. But if I showed you a picture of this man, he looks like any dark-skinned Black American man. On the street.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I'm not saying it's not that, but what I said is directly like what you said. He's connected to the reservation, and that's all. That's how those people talk on the reservation.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
so yeah, so you're correct. Like, so the reason why, and you pretty much said this, I believe, is American Indian is what is referred to the people on treaties, on all documents, pretty much that doesn't specify a tribe, and even if it specifies a tribe, it usually still says American Indian. So within law, a lot of tribes prefer to use American Indian versus Native American, and some tribes prefer to use Native American versus American Indian. Now, this is the caveat: there are Native American tribes who use the term American Indian and don't use Native American. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's really a hodgepodge of these things, but within these spaces like online social audio apps, it seems like we kind of shifted the reasoning a little bit and now separated to where, oh well, if you're enrolled in a tribe, you're a native, and if you're not, you're
That was their
American
way of
Indian.
distinguishing themselves. That's the way it's distinguished. Trying to distinguish themselves away from us. That's what that's about.
Yeah, I would say it seems more like uh, over the years I've learned that it's been more of other people use American Indian more so now. But those same people who was using American Indian, if I dial the time back 20 years ago, they was very much using Native American.
Yeah, I could agree with that because they didn't know, but now more people know. We got the information, and it goes to say our grandmas ain't never said that we was native. They said we was Indian. You know what I'm saying? So
To be fair, I agree with you 100%. They did say they was Indian. They never said they was no Native.
But yeah,
and we
if you
know what
haven't
the
already,
we know the
I don't
definition
know.
of Native Americans now. So what I'm saying? That actually the Native American is anybody. What I'm saying? Anybody's a native.
Yeah, make sure if you haven't already, make sure you hit the follow button. Make sure you follow me.
Haiti, you say a lot of African Moors, but why do you say African Moors opposed to just saying Moors? Because to be quite honest, you do understand that there was a lot of Moors coming from Spain and Portugal who were not. Well, I'll be fair. A lot of them do have North African ancestry, so I can't lie there. I can't muddle up, feed no BS.
But actual North African, like real North Africans, are not white
African
people.
though.
Yeah, they're
Like,
not African. No, no, no,
I
no, no. They
mean,
no, they
I
are
can't say
African.
they're not African
The
because
people,
again,
the people that are now claiming that people say are North African, when they get their
um,
DNA test done, it says typically that they are 50% Southern European,
yes, it will.
that they are
Uh,
not from the continent of Africa, and
but
even and many of these people, they have been Arabized, and they actually have records that prove their lineage and prove that it came from the Arabian Peninsula and Southern Europe.
the Iberia, yep. I will. You are spot on. You are spot on.
Because
So,
these
but
are
I
Muslims,
will.
remember?
But hold up. I want to add this caveat, right? It's not really a caveat. It's just something to think about, right? Even though, like, yes, it will say they have Southern European ancestry because that is haplogroups where mutation has happened of certain people. But those people did migrate to that location. And we do know that historically, right? So therefore, like for the Sephardics and the Moors, came through North Africa. For facts, we know that from under Europe and came up into Spain, Portugal through North Africa. Regardless, we are able to follow the genealogical history of the side that is based in their culture, religion. But however, they did take on wives of those areas. So therefore, it is fair to say majority of them definitely have African ancestry as well.
And that's what I'm saying. I would even go as far as to say the majority of them were not just African; they were of darker skin, and this is proven. This is proven by paintings. This is proven by the literature, by people actually like firsthand accounts. Again, similar to the firsthand accounts when the European people first came to the Americas, and they wrote down what the people looked like, what their features were, how they reacted.
So the more
You don't want to open the bag on the Negro pens, okay? You don't.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, we know that the Moors were primarily of a darker complexion because it's been written about. Just like, the indigenous people of the Americas, it's been written by more than one source that they were darker skinned people. Like these things,
I 100%
no
agree.
historian, like these are things that historians do not dispute. They do not dispute the writings of early colonizers.
Aren't you aware about that? They had the black nobility bloodline. They're originally from Europe, and then they came into Africa.
What's up, Tyra?
Y'all about to crack open them Negro pens, man. I don't know if the chat ready for the Negro pens.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you don't sidestep because you was on the right path. You know what you were saying about them. With that European bloodline. Yeah, that's now we understand.
We know that we know them people that everyone loves to try to take ownership of. Oh no, these is my people. It's like we know what them people look like. It's been written about. Historians do not argue with each other about this. They all agree. And real in the bottom, he says they had limited ethnic terminology. Actually, I would go as far as to say they had advanced ethnic terminology. It's just that in the modern day world, a certain group of pale Europeans created something called race science, and their number one job is to try to erase the ethnic groups that honestly built the world. That's their number one job.
Yes. Somebody said in the comment, some of the Americans were shifted to other regions, and that's right. But we got two different bloodlines. That's why we got infiltrated, because we got tricked with the skin color. All skin folk and kin folk.
There are lots of things that we can disagree about, but that's definitely not one of them.
I appreciate y'all being on here, having this talk, with like-minded people. You know what I mean? Because, we can't be out here getting sidetracked with all this distraction going on.
Yeah, for sure. Oh. What's up, CR? How people came up. What's up, Tyron? Man, don't tell me this Pan-African ducking me from Twitter. He said, I'll be there. Just tune in. I'm like, all right, bet. He said, I said they gonna cook me. I'm trying to see.
They'll cook you without you being on the panel.
Nah, he was coming at me yesterday. Like they just all up. You know how they like to harass me on Twitter, dude. So Tyrone disconnected.
Hey, Sage Burner, make sure you follow me too, because I just followed you on that. I know mine is private, so you know.
Right. But yeah, it was, Tyrone dropped off. Yeah, anybody can come up. It's an open panel. Anybody can come up. Chilling. The sun gonna bring back the originals to the planet.
Every single continent on the planet, the indigenous people to that land are all dark skinned.
They don't exist. Pull up. Like they yapping on the stream. Pull up. Pull up the TikTok. We got 12 comments. Pull up the TikTok. Like or 6 comments actually. They love being in the comments typing and shit, but they don't want to pull up.
Send them invitation.
What's going on, y'all?
They see the goddamn live stream.
Nietzsche, I
go.
sent you a request though.
Okay, I got you.
All right, we got what's up? What's up, man?
What's going on? I really don't come up on live, you know what I'm saying? Because I just the reason, you know what I'm saying, I was speaking on a lot of things because I'm from Mississippi and a lot of things don't make sense, like the slave trade, like, you know what I'm saying? How do you go through that current of the Atlantic Ocean with a wooden ship hauling all them slaves without being unalive, you know what I'm saying? And how you survive off salt water?
Hey man, can I ask you a quick question? So, in dynamics of the slave trade, right? Are you saying that the slave trade, slaves couldn't have been transported within the parameters of what they promote, or not at all?
What I want to say is, prisoner of war, like enslavement in your own land. Do that make sense?
I agree with you, but what I'm trying to get is, do you believe that the transatlantic slave trade never happened and no Africans came here, or do you believe that it's not nearly as many as they try to project, like all of us don't come from them, but maybe some of them do?
I want to say, later on when they made better cargo ships or whatever, but they don't tell it how, you know, how actually it happened or whatever. But I think is we was always here because melanated people, I'm gonna say, aka black folks, whatever, everywhere. You know what I'm saying? That's just my theory.
You say, okay, so I don't want to push back against that. The only thing I will push back is on the belief that it couldn't have happened, and the reason why I say that is because we definitely have if the Europeans could get here, which we know they did on ships, then they can bring some people with them. But I wouldn't say that. I definitely don't believe in the projected. Well, I grew up a couple decades ago, so I definitely, when I grew up, it was like the 12 million, 10 million conversations.
Right.
Now it's shrunk down to like 90,000. To me, that's
up,
a
Haley?
little bit more realistic, even though to me that's a big number, to be honest. But it's a little bit more realistic, and so that's what I'm saying. I think there's a nuance to it, but I don't believe in the extreme where you got people who say, "Oh well, it can't nobody get here," and then I'll turn around and be like, "Well, how the hell did the Columbus get here?" You know what I mean? Like,
You also have to look outside of American history, right? So, unlike the uncivilized swine, the Arabs kept impeccable records, right? So, if them Arabs could do it, I would say the pale people could also do it. They just did it. They just did a terrible job at it. But at that point in time, moving bodies, they didn't care if they were doing a bad job. They cared about making money. And at that time, where the trade was globally, they were able to use those bodies to make money. And I'm not saying that's your people, Maine. I'm not talking about your people. I'm just saying in general, we know it's been done because it was done by the Arabs. It was done by the Indians. It takes a while, right? To get somebody from East Africa, because this is where they took a lot of their slaves, from Ethiopia, from that side of Africa, all the way to like India. That's a very long distance, right? But they were able to do it, and this is before American slavery.
Yeah, I understand it, but I was saying you got to look at the direction though. The European, they didn't come from the direction like I'm gonna say like sub-Saharan way to coming over here to North America. They came another direction, and then they wouldn't change it up. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't bunched up like that. You see what I'm saying? Like, how can you survive that without being alive? It's just impossible.
It's not impossible. Like, people say the same thing about the pyramids, and they go, how did people, we believe that, there are people that say, I believe aliens built the pyramids because I don't believe a human could have done this. It's like, no, we know that humans can do these things. We don't have to say it was an alien or it was God because we can't do it. In reality, if you're not living under those conditions, then maybe you can't move a 2-ton giant brick by yourself. But maybe them Egyptians and maybe them Mayans could, because that's where the pyramids are.
Yeah.
Also, I believe in the US, there were pyramids and they got rid of them.
What's up, Venus?
Why the hell? Mexico is in North America. It's a part of the North American continent. Why would there be pyramids in Mexico? But there's no pyramids. But there's no pyramids in any part.
There's
wait a minute. There's pyramids.
Hold on.
There's pyramids in the Grand Canyon.
Dude, I was speaking. Hold on. It's a pyramid in South Carolina. There's pyramids near the Santee Mountains. There's pyramids in North Carolina. How do you join the panel? And request up. You're grabbing mic. Race, religion, politics. All right, cool. Request up.
Hey there, host. How are you?
I'm doing. What's up, Mama Mystic?
Oh, my bad.
No,
Here's a pyramid in California.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Nah, you got it. My bad.
Oh no, you good. I was trying to think. We are different in this new day and age, in this modern time. I believe back in those ages, people had more strength than we have now. I believe they were like kind of more advanced. It's a lot of stuff that we haven't dug up yet. Like, it's a lot of history that we haven't accomplished it yet. So I just landed the plane on there, but I appreciate y'all for having me though.
Yeah, for sure. What's up, Mama Miss? You got it. Mama.
Oh, that's cool. I'm chilling. I just heard the conversation or whatever, and I was like, okay, it seems like they can have a conversation without, getting mad if somebody say something different than them, because I don't be feeling like arguing. But yeah, there are plenty of pyramids and lots of mounds. More pyramids in the Americas than any other place in the world. Yeah, Cahokia, Illinois, had a pyramid for the sun and the moon, so it honored both the female energy and the masculine energy. And it was the largest city in the world for a long period of time, well before London or any of these other cities, became really developed. So just wanted to put that there. But you said there's a pyramid in South Carolina. Are you in South Carolina?
No, I got friends in South Carolina.
Okay.
Near the Santee Mounds.
Santee Mounds. I'm gonna have to look
on the PD in the PD region of South Carolina.
Yeah, and they got like it's real kind of country. It's like straight streets and shit is not common in the Carolinas. Everything's like a twist and a turn. So now they hide stuff in plain sight.
Yeah, for sure.
Have y'all been to the Serpent Mounds up in Ohio?
No.
You know,
See, yeah, we got so many mounds all over this country, and they only mounds because I swear, man, people took the tops off of them because I feel like a lot of them mounds, if you look at them, they're literally just half of a pyramid or a pyramid that the top has been knocked off of. You know what I'm saying? So, like, and then we do have the oldest pyramids. We literally have the oldest pyramids. We
Right.
got the biggest pyramids. We got the most pyramids. Matter of fact, there's more pyramids in the Americas than there is in Africa. I'm talking about like a lot more. So, like, you know what I'm saying? When we talk about history and talk about who we are as a people, you know, we need to understand that, yo, we always been here and can't nobody take that from us. And when you even ask others, right, who did this? They can't tell you because they don't know. But I'll tell you one thing like this, we know because it's in our DNA. It's in us. It's in our carbon. You know what I'm saying? So, like, I ain't come up here trying to devo nobody or take over nothing. I feel so passionate about this, y'all. This is us. This who we is. You feel what I'm saying? And ain't nobody can't tell me no different. So I'll land right there.
Right. I feel exactly where you're coming from. You know, I had just said that there are more pyramids in the Americas than there are anywhere else on the earth. You know, so yeah, it just gets kind of, and that's after they destroyed so many of them. You know, my mom, she's from the Mississippi Delta and a small town or whatever. And she talks about how growing up there was a mound um, right there, you know, where she lived in the town she lived. And but then they knocked it down. So that happened in her lifetime. She was born in the late 40s, you know. Uh,
Can I
you
ask
know,
you a quick question? Mama, was that Mama Miss?
yes.
mm-hmm.
Hey, how did you feel about the movie Sinners? What was your thoughts?
It was very it took me back home, really, you know, because I really thought that some of that was filmed there. Like there's a place called Tallahatchie Flats in LaFleur County that resembles those row houses or whatever. I thought that was Tallahatchie Flats in the film, and that's like not too far from where my father's
You know
from.
what I heard? I heard that he wanted his folks is from there, one part of his family, and I heard that he wanted to film in a specific area, but he couldn't film there because like taxes and all that stuff. But he really wanted to, and I think I don't know where he filmed them shots at. It might have been in different parts, or maybe down there in Mississippi, but it wasn't what he wanted to. I don't know. Ryan Coogler has some very good interviews post Sinners. One of the best ones I like is the one with Democracy Now, and he really gets into it. So if you ever get a chance, check it out if you really enjoyed the movie and
Can I ask y'all
do
something?
a deeper dive.
All right, go ahead.
I will.
Both of you
Thank
guys.
you.
Oh, go ahead, sister. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah, just I did want to get a chance to apply to him. Yeah. So when I looked at it, it's like some of that was filmed in Louisiana, and you know that they're border states, right? So, you can go right across the Mississippi River to parts of Louisiana. And another, I don't think people realize that most of Louisiana is more like Mississippi, and the accent is more like Mississippi than New Orleans. So, you know, people in Monroe and stuff like that, you know, there's a lot of other Choctaws over there and stuff like that. But even in New Orleans, a lot of Choctaws too. So you know,
Monroe is
uh,
up there near Shreveport, right?
no, Monroe is okay. It's on the same highway, but
Yeah.
Monroe is East Louisiana, so it's closer to um it's closer to the Mississippi border. It's probably about maybe 60, 70 miles in, and Shreveport is over on the Texas state line, like going that way. Yeah, my aunt lives in Shreveport. So,
okay.
Hey, y'all, I got a question for y'all. Real talk, because, y'all just gave me an idea, right? A lot of these youngsters, the one thing they got is a camera. You feel me? And then I'm talking about from the cheapest camera, when it comes to the phone, to the most expensive camera, right? What if we start making these movies about our ancestors? You know what I'm saying? About how it really went down, what the real story is. I feel like maybe if we start making these stories, you know what I'm saying? Like, for me, like, I play a role for nothing. Like, what? I would love to play a role of one of my ancestors and just, you know what I'm saying, be able to see it, you know what I'm saying, and watch everybody just look at it and be like, oh, that's dope. So, like, what do y'all think about? Because y'all just
I encourage it.
Right now.
That's actually one of the things I encourage. I encourage people to make movies, write books, write comic books, right? Like do all type. Like it's a lot of things you can do. Make documentaries, and stuff like that. So
yeah, I agree with Darvid 100% on that. Yeah, man, take advantage and do these things. But I would definitely focus heavily in writing scripts, storyboards and stuff like that, because the actual filming process, it really got to do the writing first. So once you can start writing your treatments, it'll be way easier for you to execute everything else.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
So I'm listening to y'all talk.
Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? Because
have any of you guys produced any whatever any films or whatever?
I'm writing a book right now.
Figure out how to get into this goddamn TikTok channel, man.
All right, what's up? Who are you?
That's the guy that was in the comment.
Yeah. These are cats who say they Indians.
Yeah, who are you?
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, my mistake, man. What's happening, man?
Yeah, what's up? Who is this?
No, I'm sorry, I was talking to somebody else, man. Shit, man. This is Detroit, man. I was talking to you on Twitter.
Okay, what's up?
Yeah, like the whole idea of Black people coming to the Americas before slavery, is there any evidence outside of like interpreting things a particular way?
I'll ask you, who was Black before slavery?
Who was Black before slavery?
Yeah, who was Black before that social construct was made?
People of well, it's a social construct. It was created in the 1500s. So if we use it today's language, it would apply to people of African descent.
People of African descent, like what Black people were Black in 1500s?
People of African descent.
Who are those people?
People whose DNA comes from Africa.
Who are those people? Give me a tribe, give me a country, give me a region.
There's an entire continent of people. I don't understand the
question. Who was Black? Who called themselves Black in Africa in the 1500s?
Nobody did, because it's a social construct that was created in the 1500s.
Okay, cool. So who called themselves Black in Africa in the 1500s? Nobody called themselves Black in Africa or America in the 1500s. So
well, nobody was in America in the 1500s except for indigenous people.
Yeah. So who are those indigenous people? Who were they described as? What were they described as?
By who?
Yeah, by the people that saw them.
You talking about the Europeans?
The people that saw them, yes.
I'm trying to get clarity so I understand your question. Is
the people that saw them and took documentation of them.
You're talking about the Europeans, correct?
Who else would it be?
Well, I don't know. You got a lot of pseudo history here, so I was wondering
who else would it be, dude?
It's easy to just say yes to Europeans, man. But no problem. So the Europeans describe them as having darker skin than what they have.
Okay, now. Okay, darker skin than what they had now. How were they built?
I'm sorry?
How were they built?
How were they built?
Yeah, John Smith described how Indians were built.
Okay, enlighten me.
He said they were described as the Piscataway in particular were well-proportioned people, brolic people, dark skinned.
But you know that's in perspective to how they look, right?
In perspective, well-proportioned. Are you know any natives that are well-proportioned? And brolic built?
That's somebody's opinion.
That's somebody's opinion, right? These niggas towered over them when they saw them. John Smith was probably like 5'8".
So because somebody described a group of people who they encountered as having dark skin compared to them and being in
compared to
shape,
them, dark skin.
Right.
What does dark mean? What does dark skin apply to?
If your skin's darker than mine, I can call it dark skin.
Okay, cool. So dark skin, dark brown, mahogany. Just like William Byrd. No. William Byrd said the Virginia Indians were a mahogany color. John Smith described Virginia Indians as coming out as pale, aka, hold on 1 second, I'm not done, light brown and growing into a dark brown color. Okay. What is dark brown, sir?
Dark brown.
What does that look like?
Wait. Hold on, man. Is we in an argument or is we having a conversation?
I'm having a conversation. I'm asking you a question. You want to answer it?
So relax, man. You been a little rude.
I'm not being rude. Are you going to answer? Are you going to answer? Are you going to answer the question? Why are you trying to tell police me, sir? Like, shut up. I'm not telling policing you.
Shut up. So what's that?
Yeah. Shut up. Shut up and stop bitching. Shut up and stop bitching.
So I got a question.
This seems very insecure.
Keep it between me. Keep it between me and him.
This ain't a reasonable way to have a conversation.
It's not why are you bitching about how I'm talking to you?
Because you're talking like a bitch.
I'm talking like a bitch, but you're talking to
someone
that's talking like a. You're the one that you're the one that's bitching about how I'm talking to you, sir. So who sounds like the real bitch? How about that? You said, why are you talking to me like that? Nigga, man up. Stop being a sissy. How about that?
I got a question for him. So in relation, so you need something relative to what you would consider dark. So would you consider an Ethiopian question? Would you consider an Ethiopian dark skin?
Ethiopian.
Would you consider Ethiopian dark skin? It's a simple yes or no.
Can I ask one quick question before we continue?
Go ahead.
You just want yes or no answers, or do I get to elaborate?
You know what? Go ahead, elaborate. That needs an elaboration.
I mean, we having an intellectual conversation.
Bro. Why you need to elaborate? Just say yes or no.
But no,
okay, so you just want yes or no questions.
Just let him.
Keo said, Keo's talking to him. Keo said he can elaborate. Let him elaborate.
Well, the thing is that you would describe somebody else in comparison to yourself. And so an Ethiopian to me, I'm a light-skinned black man. So yeah, he's dark to me, but to somebody in I guess Somalia or wherever, they may not consider them dark-skinned the same way I would. So I think these things have perspective.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna give you. Can I give you a perspective? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Just wanted to add one more thing. Just having darker skin doesn't make you have a genealogy from Africa. There's Indians with dark skin. There's Native Americans who had dark skin. The skin color is determined by your proximity to the equator.
What up, Brody?
You better cook this dude, Brody.
Go ahead, Keo.
So race. All right. So, all right. This is what the comparison we're going to use, right? And I'm just going to come straight out with it. There's a letter from Verrazano to, I believe, the Queen of Spain or the King of Spain. Which one is it, Darvid?
Oh yeah, the Queen of Spain. Yeah. King of Spain. Okay.
You can look for it. Verrazano. I think it was like 1524, right? And he was coasting down the East Coast from Maryland down to North Carolina. He came across what we call the Bear River Indians, in North Carolina, mainly a bunch of Algonquin speaking tribes, right? He described those people as, I believe, dark skinned, tall, broad chest, and he specifically said, not unlike the Ethiopians, Orientals of the furthest of the Cenarian regions.
The Ethiopians.
Do you know what the Cenarian regions of the Oriental is?
No.
India.
Okay.
Okay. So he described, now mind you, Verrazano is what most probably would consider a pale European, right? I don't think he was really pale. He might have been a little brown, but regardless, he was a European. So he's looking at himself and whoever's on his crew or whatever, however he compares it to this person that is an Indian, and he's saying not unlike the Ethiopian. Meaning they look like the Ethiopian. Right? So so I don't know what the Ethiopian must have looked like in 1524, because I didn't live in 1524. But I would assume, because Africa at one time was considered, a major part of it was just considered Ethiopia, that they have an idea of what dark-skinned people look like, because we see there's a lot of Ethiopian people who can go back all the way back, at least they claim to, all the way back to those times, and they're fairly brown, dark-skinned people. You get what I'm saying? So I would say, in a comparison, I think that's a good comparison of light to dark from the person who is given that comparison. And I really want you to look it up. Verrazano.
I have no problem accepting that individual described people that he met in the North, South, or Central America or whatever as having dark skin.
North Carolina.
No problem.
Oh shit! Yeah, William Penn said the same shit about Lenny Lenape. He said they had a black complexion. They were built like gypsies.
So because
my argument ain't, I'm not here to argue colorism of what people perceive.
But people are always going to bring. Hold on. Let me like people are going to concede, because he's asked what black people were over here. So he's using fucking race. So we're not going to act like these people don't come with these racist ass arguments.
I'm using the terms that we use today.
These are the terms that we use today. So guess what? Who else had black complexion?
Yo, I have a question for him if it's okay.
No. I'm talking.
Oh, my bad, bro. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. Keep going.
I have no problem accepting the fact that there are people all over the world who have darker skin. And I'm sure it was some people here who had darker skin. That's not a problem for me.
Okay, cool. So with that being said, if those darker skinned people are getting classified as black, Negro, and colored, what happened to them?
A classification of a group doesn't define that group. And
answer the question, dude.
Wow, I can't finish it.
What happened to the people, the Indians that were classified? Dude, just answer my question. I asked you a direct question, dude.
Because what I've said it several times,
dude. I'm answered. It's so easy.
I mean, you're not paying me, dude.
If you can't answer the question, then don't answer. Just say I don't know. Right? It's a simple I don't know. Y'all try to elaborate and slick talk your way out of saying I just don't know. Can you explain to me, please? Right? I asked you a simple question. If Indians were classified as colored, Negro, and black, what happened to them? It's just that simple. Don't try to make it complicated. Your cognitive dissonance is showing. I'm not playing games with y'all. Y'all want to troll me on Twitter every fucking day, in my comments every day, but y'all can't even answer simple questions.
I'm still muted.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You're off mute.
It seems like you're very focused on skin color.
I'm not focused on skin color, dude. I'm focused on classification and what happened on those people. If people are getting class, it doesn't matter what the fuck they look like. There's people pale as shit classified as colored and black and Negro in America. There's people pale as shit, i.e. the Mozingo family, right? They're pale as fuck. They're classified as free people of color. It's not about skin color, dude. If Indians were classified as colored, black, and Negro, then what happened to them? Ooh.
I would just say ethnic erasure, but you know.
Yes, ethnic erasure. It's different things, right? Ethnic erasure.
Why you mute me, bro?
I'm literally because you're not. Yeah.
Hey, don't it? Can I respond, man?
Can you answer the question, sir?
Will I have the opportunity to elaborate?
No, and just answer the question directly.
So I don't have the opportunity to elaborate.
Give me a direct answer, dude. It's a simple question.
I have no problem answering your question. Do I have the ability to elaborate?
Get straight to the point and don't yap.
I haven't done that once. So can you please repeat the question? I'll answer you directly.
I just said it like 5 fucking times, right? If there's Indians that are classified as black, Negro, colored, what happened to those people?
I have no idea because I don't.
Well, there we go. There we go.
I can't finish the sentence, bro.
You have no idea. You have no idea. You have no idea. Hold on one sec. Yeah, you just said you had no idea.
Is this your king?
You had no idea.
Is this?
Just stop it there. There's no elaboration. You have no idea. You have no idea. So why the fuck are you injecting what you think you know, projecting what you think you know into a conversation you know nothing about? Huh? You say you have no idea what happened to the indigenous people that were reclassified as black, Negro, and colored. You have no idea about that history. Lo and behold, I have family that are a part of that history, sir. And I get on the internet and I've explained this multiple times. So why do y'all think y'all know everything and y'all don't know shit? You are the same niggas that troll me every day. You said no. There's no elaboration after you said you had no idea. No, you have no idea. So there's nothing to elaborate on. Because why are you talking about shit you don't know about? You don't hear me? I don't know shit about. There's a lot of things I don't know about, and you won't hear me speak about because I don't know about it.
I would ask this: race, religion. What is your ancestral journey take you to? You're on mute.
You just sit there and fucking know you're not. I just proved shit, dude. Dude said he had no idea. I asked him a simple question.
Unmute. You can
I was about to say I asked him a simple question. Maybe Keo will be nice enough to talk to him.
Hey, yo, can you hear me?
I like conversations.
So
yeah, I hear you. Go ahead.
I came here to have a discourse with people that I disagree with. And so is that happening here or is it something different going on?
Is something dude, why can't y'all never admit that y'all don't know shit? Huh? Why are you inserting yourself in a no.
If you don't allow me to have to say what I'm trying to say and you mute me and cut me off and all of that, what are we doing here?
Dude,
let's give him the chance because
give him the chance about what? Give him the chance about
what?
Give him the chance for what? Give him the chance for what?
Dude. There's the reason why.
No. So you just want people here who agree with you?
I don't want people to hear that disagree with me, dude. I'm tired.
You don't want people here to disagree with you,
dude. I am tired of folks, right? Thinking that they know everything, right? And then when it's time to really show it, they don't know shit. So why are you a part of a conversation you don't know nothing about?
Exactly.
And you don't want to learn either. Because why are you giving pushback instead of being open-minded? For what? Do y'all really want to learn anything? Huh? These are the. I don't have to have patience for people that troll me every day on the internet. I don't.
I just want to hear what he disagrees about, like specifically. What do
You
you
can
say?
have that. You can have that conversation with him.
What specifically?
Why am I
Okay,
yelling?
can I say something though? Like for real?
Yes, mama.
Yeah, go ahead.
When I came up here, I literally said that I came up here to have a discussion, not argue about silly shit. And if this person does not know anything, well, there's plenty of evidence around that he could go and look up. If he doesn't believe people who say that they are of indigenous heritage, who are copper colored and dark skinned, all he got to do is go ask Google, ask Chat GPT. He can do any of those things. He does not have to come on the internet and find people to have arguments up with when he has no knowledge on the subject. Like that's ridiculous.
It's one thing. Oh, my bad. You got it. My bad.
I'm sorry. Having a conversation here or whatever, and which was kind of, it was pretty good energy, right? We're talking about things that we could do, and this person comes up and is refuting what we're saying, but then saying, "Oh, I know there were dark-skinned people in the Americas." So what the hell is your argument? You have no argument.
That's a fact.
You don't want to take
That's why I asked. That's why I was trying to ask him. Well, where do you disagree? Like, because he said that he wanted to have a discourse with people he don't agree with or disagree with. I'm trying to figure out if he said that dark-skinned indigenous people existed here, and what is the disagreement? I'm confused.
You're not using your ears. He came up here to have a discourse to disagree with people. That's what he does. He's a disagreeable person. So he don't care what we're talking about. He just wants to manipulate the energy. That's what's going to happen. Then I don't have to be here. I'm just going to be real with you. Like, why even keep opening the door for him when the host clearly is not for it? I thought we were having a good conversation, Sage Burner, or whatever.
I agree. We was.
So we go back to that and let this
for sure.
His disagreement journey he's on.
Right. Just like go study or something.
Go study with Chat GPT or somebody. You can argue with that. It'll talk back to you.
I was about to ask him about his genealogy. Like, I'm trying to. I'm wondering what people like when people ask crazy questions. I'll be like, "Well, what did you find in your when you did your genealogy? What did you find?" Like, because everybody I talk to, damn near, will definitely find something interesting enough to.
Ain't nobody scared of nothing, dude. You don't know shit. Why would you expect Stephen Hawkins to converse with someone that don't know shit about science?
You gotta understand, you can only debate your peers and your equals. Everybody else can only be taught. So it is what it is.
Hell yeah, Bill. You think Bill Gates give a fuck to talk about somebody that think they know about computers and shit, and they really don't know shit about computers?
Race religion, you can just unmute. Oh damn, he done dipped off.
He done did. Oh, okay. You feel me? What's up, 2 Button Snapback?
What's up? How you doing tonight?
I'm doing all right.
Do you think I see you a lot in here, and I was wondering, do you think just getting high, gaming, and doing lives all day is like a productive society member?
Who gets high? High of what?
Do you think getting high, playing video games, and running?
How long I've been on? How long I've been on live? So you must watch me every day, right? How long do I be on?
I see you.
When do you see me on live, sir? What times? What time? What time is it when I'm live?
I saw you once at 7 a.m., once at 12 p.m.
I was never on live at 7 a.m., dude. So stop. I work. I'm a teacher. What do you do for work, 2 Button? Huh?
I'm a general manager of an exteriors company.
You're a general manager of an exteriors company. Now your bum ass is on TikTok talking to me. How does that work?
What makes me a bum?
Now your bum ass is on TikTok talking to me.
What makes me a bum?
You're on TikTok talking to a bum, right? So if I'm a bum, that must mean you're a fucking bum for talking to me, huh? You must like bums, right?
Hell no.
Hell no. So then why are you talking to someone you think is a bum or less than you, huh? Huh?
Say that again.
Why are you talking to someone that you think is less than you, huh?
To talk down on you.
Who made you high and mighty, sir? When the last time you talked to your grandma, Two Button?
2 hours ago.
2 hours ago, what you tell your grandma?
She's 82.
She's 82, huh? You do shit for your family?
Yes, sir.
What do you do for your community? How do you make the world a better place, Two Button? Huh?
I do a lot of things to make the world a better place.
Name 10 things you do that to help the world make the world a better place. Name 10 things.
Why don't we go thing for thing?
No. Name 10 things. You go. No, I'm not going to thing for thing with you. You name 10 things that you do, sir.
All right. 1, I cut my neighbor's grass twice a week.
You cut your neighbor's grass twice a week. Go ahead.
Sir.
Now.
That's 1.
All right, that's 1.
I'll
2.
do 3 and then you do 3.
No. 10. I said 10.
2.
10.
Oh, we can get to 10, but you have to act.
No.
You're acting superior.
I don't have to do shit.
You're acting superior.
You said you talk down. You said you're here to talk down on me. Name 10 things that you do to make the world a better place.
I was trying to get to number 2.
Number 2. I'll be here for all 10. No, go ahead and do it.
I volunteer once a quarter at a soup kitchen.
Once a quarter at a soup kitchen. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right, 3.
I lay mulch down in my local township's playground every year.
Name 4.
You want a 4th one?
Yeah, 4th one.
I'm an assistant baseball coach at my local high school.
5.
You want a 5th one?
Yes.
I spit on people that look like you in society.
And you're the biggest bitch on the internet. You want to do that shit in real life? Yeah. Nah, you're the biggest bitch on the internet. How about that? Get your musty ass off my line, dude.
Sound big and bad.
Yeah. Y'all niggas real tough on the internet. Y'all want to say none of this shit in real life. You probably scared of black people in real life. Yeah, you couldn't wait to get that shit off on TikTok. People, folks think dumbass this, dumbass that. You got 68 followers. Your women don't even want you. That's why your Asian ass women don't even want you. They marrying the YT man. Oh, the YT. That's why they calling for Black Americans over Black Americans and and African Europeans over to Asia right now, so they can reproduce with the women. I bet you mad as hell at that, huh? You cuckold.
That's funny. Yeah. So is it like this for you every day?
Yeah. It's supposed to they can out shit talk me and they can't.
Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of people. They harass me on Twitter. They harass me on TikTok. They'll say, "What you do live? Or you tell that shit to Consonant? Would you ever tell Consonant, oh, you stream all day? Why you stream all day, Kai? Why you streaming all day, DDG? Why you streaming all day, Aiden Ross? Would you tell them that?"
I come on the internet to talk down on people. What?
Told you, people use the internet for therapy.
That's real high self-esteem there, sir.
Exactly.
I come on the internet to talk down on people. What did he say? He was the head. He managed a what? Exterior.
He said it's something I don't even remember.
There's people like that. You gotta think about it like this.
Coming up.
Most likely, he probably grew up in a household with a mother who was, nightly out with some BBC. And he walked in the house one time and seen him on the couch and probably traumatized him, or his mom made him stay in the room. You know what I mean? When she had company at night, and that might, she might try to come out and get some apple juice. She cursed him out, "Put your ass back in that room," while she was in mid position. Anyway, these things, you gotta understand. A lot of people have their traumas in real life, so they come to the internet for therapy. Unfortunately.
I'm just saying, Who looks for people to talk down on?
People that have no life. People that don't love their parents.
People that don't love themselves, don't like themselves. That, like, I can't believe he said that out loud. I'm looking for somebody to talk down on. Like, expose yourself without exposing yourself. You called him a cuckold. That was hilarious.
That shit. No, I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if he was a cuckold.
I'm just saying. 60
Yeah, I know what. You can just hear it.
And he probably those probably other fake pages he made up that's following him. So,
probably.
Yeah.
Probably. Yeah. I wonder how much TikTok paid. You know, I wonder how much TikTok be paying these people.
That's crazy. I don't know.
I would hope they get paid because they suck at trolling. For one, they suck at trolling. Right. And for two, if you ain't getting paid, reevaluate your life. If you ain't getting paid to troll people.
I mean, I guess it's paying them off internally or something. Because if you feel if your body has the urge to go,
I bet you. Come up here, Vanilla Bliss. My bad. Come up here, Vanilla Bliss. Why are you hiding in the chat? 20% German. Please. My bad, but you can go ahead.
No, I don't know. I don't maneuver like that. I don't like that type of shit. I don't like how.
Me neither. I don't like that type of shit.
Energy. See, the thing is, like, I guess people who just ain't ever did nothing, ain't trying to, you know what, like setting goals and having things that you would like.
Voiceover on TikTok. Close sheet.
It gives you
30 voiceover.
Yeah.
Somebody recording the live.
I don't know who that was. But when I went to their page, they looked like they were slow. So yeah, it was definitely, they was looking like Shamar.
Hey yo.
It was definitely given.
You guys think Black Americans are indigenous to America?
Yeah, where are you from? Yeah, who are you? Where are you from?
Hi.
Where are you from?
I'm from Washington, D.C.
You're from D.C. Yo, you Ethiopian in D.C.?
No, absolutely not.
And then what side of D.C.? You from Northeast or Southeast?
Northeast.
You from the Northeast. Where your grandparents from?
My grandparents are from North Carolina originally.
North Carolina?
Yeah.
What your grandparents?
I do have family in Virginia too, but originally.
What your grandma say y'all were?
Well, my grandmother, she really didn't speak on as to who we were. Our family just started doing our research. The elders before me, not my grandmother, my uncles, started doing research and trying to figure out, our lineage and all that good stuff. And not just trying to prove we were indigenous, just doing research. And we just came across a whole lot of stuff. And I'm trying to unravel it, but it's a lot. But definitely indigenous to America.
All right, for sure. All right, cool. Yeah, I agree. All right, I just, you guys gotta make sure. You never know. You could be Ethiopian.
You got one follower, and you came up here. It was sounding very
No, because having topics like this, people report I don't have time for my main page.
Okay.
So, I have a lot of content that I post on my main page, so I don't have time.
Yeah. Those guys get on live on the burners now. That shit crazy. But nah, you straight here. Just had to make sure. I was like,
So have you guys traced back your lineage? Have you done that process?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So where do you belong to? Where do you guys belong to? Who do you belong to?
I'm free.
Yeah, Algonquin. I was about to say I'm Algonquin. I'm mostly Algonquin from the Maryland, Virginia area.
Okay. Cool. I was doing research on Lumbee Indians, and they said they're fake. What are your guys?
I mean, well, they're federally. I talked to Lumbee. They're federally recognized, right? The tribes that have a problem.
Federally recognized yet, but they're going through
They're
the federal
working to
I mean,
recognized.
they were before too.
No, they were federally acknowledged.
No, they were. I talked to John Chabot, right? This is what or John Oxidine, my bad. Other one. This is what he told me, right? He said they were federally recognized at one point, right? Due to money and stuff like that, they took it away. The politics within that. So.
Oh, okay. I do know they was federally acknowledged for a very long time, but they're not fake Indians. It's I can't really talk on them technically, but I'll say this: if you research Lumbee history, you'll realize they are real Indians. They just come from mostly different tribes. Like you should go to their website. Just
I did
read up their history.
Are you Lumbee?
Yes.
Okay.
I've done my research on that. It's just when I ask I get a lot of different answers about the Lumbee tribe, which is a tad bit just the general, opinions of others. I get a lot of different answers, but yeah, I did my research on Lumbee Indians. I just wanted to know you guys.
And so what did the opinion say?
Yeah.
What other people's opinions say?
But yeah,
they just call them fake Indians. They're mixed breeds and da 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 and this and this and that. But yeah, I just wanted to know you guys.
Yeah, who's the gamer? I mean, I got a PS5 controller in my hand right now, but let's welcome back, Venus. But yeah, the Lumbee's biggest haters. I can say that because it's Cherokee. The Cherokee didn't want the Lumbee.
They hate the Lumbee. The Eastern Band Cherokee hate the Lumbee.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The Eastern Band is over land and politics and casino money. So yeah,
it's all politics. And let me be clear: what the Cherokee do to the Lumbee do to other tribes too. So I really don't have too much to say about it, but I do have family members who are Lumbee, so I just keep my opinions to myself.
It's all part of politics, and then the Lumbees, they're real close with the Catawba.
What'd you say?
Lumbees are real close with the Catawba. So. I have.
Have you talked to the Catawba?
So Vivid, who do you tie back to?
Have you talked to the Catawba leadership?
Nah, I do have Catawba ties though. I'm related to King Hagler.
King who?
King Hagler.
Haglar.
Yeah.
I think I've seen that in my reading somewhere.
What about you, Vivid? So who you tie back to? Yeah. Or have you got that far yet?
I haven't really gotten that far. I just went back to my great was fourth great grandmother, I believe, fifth.
You know what year?
I believe she was born in 1865.
8 is like
how old are you?
I'm trying to figure out how great. I don't know how many greats that is. There's a lot of greats, but 1865. Yeah, I believe that's when she was born. Let me look.
What's up, Caesar? What's up? Dude, who all in here? No, some folks left.
Yeah, it is about the fifth great grand. Well, yeah, well, it depends on when she was born. It could be a fifth great grand.
Oh, we got KJ in here. What's up, KJ?
1865. That would be kind of still. I don't know how old she is. I don't know how fast her people's having kids. So
yeah, exactly. It could be, but
if you got people that every 15 years you got a new generation, then I guess it could be 1865.
My second great grandparents lived.
Baby, I don't know how old she is though, so that's why I asked her.
I think it was my second great grandmother was living in 1865 for sure. I know it was my second great grandmother and my third great grandfather around that time. But again, third grade, that's like 5 generations
Yeah,
back.
she was born in 1856.
Okay.
We got Black Alien.
I'm 32.
Okay.
That makes sense. So it's not your fifth, it's your third great grandmother, right?
Third, fifth, I don't know.
It's 5 generations back. That will be your third.
Yeah,
I believe. Yeah.
Thanks for the math. But yeah, I
Or
found
maybe your
her.
second.
I found my
Might be your
grandfather.
second.
But yeah.
No, it's your third.
Third.
That's what's up. Where you find? Where you trace them to?
I traced her to. I gotta keep going back and forth with my.
So Damari, we got Deja. Third.
You're saying location, or
Yeah,
be more specific?
Who's laughing?
That was me because she got to keep on bouncing back to check their record.
Yeah, we got new people on the stage. We got Damari and Black Alien.
Hello.
What up? What up?
What's up?
Hey.
You there, Damari?
What up?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So what's up? What y'all got for us?
Hi. Are Black people indigenous to America?
What's wrong? I said, what's wrong with it?
No.
You said no? We not?
No.
Where you from?
I'm Puerto Rican. I'm American.
Okay.
Puerto Rico is part of America.
Okay, you're Puerto Rican.
Before Black people got here, they were brought on ships. There were indigenous people here already.
Who was brought on ships? Can you name 10 Africans that got sent to America?
Like I said,
no.
My history. There was a ship
okay,
full
what
of
ship?
Western African Americans.
Can you name 10
Western
people?
African? No, I cannot. But I know
how you know you can't name 10 of them that got off the goddamn boat? Hello?
No, because I don't care.
You don't care. So why are you in this conversation right now if you don't care?
I just know my history. You guys are
just
wrong.
know we wrong, but you can't name 10 Africans that got off.
You were brought here.
Who was brought here? What ship? Name 10 ships.
Americans.
Name 10 ships.
La Nina, La Pinta, y La Santa Maria.
Okay, that's all Spanish name. When did they get to
By
Virginia?
European, which was where's
Wait, hold on. What year?
Was Africans on that ship when you guys arrived to Puerto Rico. The Puerto Rican people consist of 3 race things.
When did Christopher Columbus get to
African American and European?
Ma'am, when did Christopher Columbus get to the United States?
It doesn't matter what you say.
It doesn't matter. You have a what?
No, listen. I want you to stop speaking.
You said it doesn't matter.
Like
it doesn't matter. What, you're on my panel, ma'am. I didn't come to the Damari show. That's not how it works. I didn't come to the Damari show. It's the Darvin Osiris show. So, with that being said, you need to name 10 Africans that got off a boat. They ain't got shit to do. Columbus ain't got shit to do with Virginia. Columbus ain't stepped foot nowhere in Virginia. And the Spanish were in Virginia. They got kicked the fuck out. They weren't even there long. Christopher Columbus ain't got shit to do with North Carolina, South Carolina. Ain't got shit to do with Tennessee. Ain't got shit to do with Mississippi, Alabama. Ain't got shit to do with none of that.
Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, none of that.
Ain't got shit to do with none of that.
She's going to tell us who we are, and she from a pencil dot. and this is what's crazy, right? So she's telling us who we are, and she's clearly mixed with something, right?
Oh yeah.
What's that?
You 50% Spaniard, ain't you?
She's not going to claim her ship part. Claim your ship.
What's up, Magic Lady?
Claim your colonizer. Do that.
Ain't you 50% conquistador? Damari, you can
I'm just trying to figure out what why, as a Puerto Rican, you have so much conversation on what
Because I want you
Black
to know your
Americans
history.
No,
Wait, no, stop, slow down. So
History.
I got a question. What is the education ranking of Puerto Rico? Can you tell me that?
I don't care to tell you that.
I think it's important because
I'm not here to prove myself.
I'm not trying
I'm here
to
to tell you about you and
I'm
your
just trying to
culture.
ask you a realistic question, right?
Same
So
with
let's just say
colonizers.
you come
I'm here to
from
tell you about black people and why y'all
but hold
people
on,
are
just follow
indigenous
me.
to America.
I'm gonna let you go. Just let me just say this
Yes,
one
thank
thing
you.
real quick.
Goodbye.
I'll
Y'all are
make it real quick.
delusional.
Damari, quick question. If you come
Delusional.
from an area that has a very low
We're
education
American
ranking,
too.
yes, you are American, but
We are the
you
same
come from Puerto
island
Rico.
like black people.
So
We've
what
been
is the
fought by
education ranking of
conquistadores.
Puerto Rico? Can you tell me that?
The three regions,
Do you want me to Google it? I will Google it for you. Hold on, I'm gonna Google it for you, and I'm gonna compare it to the continental United States of America, and I want to compare this, and let's just say you come from a nation or an island that doesn't compare educationally, then why would we listen to you? You get what I'm saying? Like honestly, just to be honest, right? If you by common, just generally are not smarter than us, then why would we listen to you? So I'm gonna go get the education ranking of Puerto Rico specifically, and just give me any one of the 50 states, and I'll compare it to.
Shit, compare it to Maryland. That's where I'm from.
Back to New Jersey when you get a chance.
Goddamn.
Just go kick it with her other people then. Go kick it with your colonizers. Do that. You ain't got to be up here with us. You don't like us.
I was gonna say these goddamn Ottoman Turks
Go
them
your Portuguese, your Spanish, whatever. Some of them Dutch folks laid it over there too. Identify with all the people that mix into whatever.
What's up, Melanie? Are you from Baltimore, Melanie? I'm from. I was like, these.
American historian. Like, how do you come to someone else's live trying to prove something to someone else, another people?
They don't even know what they talking about. They don't even know what they talk. They can't even name 10 Africans that got off a boat. That's crazy. I was about to say she came off she got that Ottoman Turk coming in here trying to call us say we from Africa. You're from the Ottoman Empire.
Because maybe over where she's from, that's the McGraw Hill that she's learning. But we broke the McGraw Hill chip, baby. You got to come up a little higher. Meet us up here.
You know,
Keo got the ranking up.
The mestizos over there, they do that. Like they try to put down the people who still have just like their regular copper color, right? They try to act like they're better than, because they don't have a section that they can just fit in. They have to split themselves. So
what's the ranking?
Her split mentality, trying to tell us what we are.
What's the ranking? What's the number?
Hold on. Let me pull it up. Puerto Rico consistently scores lower than U.S. average in national assessments like NAEP. For example, 2018, only 12% of students in Puerto Rico scored at or above grade level in 4th grade, compared to 79% in the continental U.S., according to LULAC. High dropout rate, school closure, and funding. Listen, okay. That's number 179 when it comes to U.S. I gotta pull it up on the actual website. Nation Masters right here. Okay, Puerto Rico.
The red people were here first.
Puerto Rico.
You guys were brought over on ships.
You're not red though.
Hold on, one mic, yo.
Puerto Rico is ranked 140.
Very red.
Oh my God.
140.
You about to get. She's about. Don't respond to her. Like, just let her rock. Like, I got it. I don't need. Yeah, go ahead. Let Keo land.
Yeah. So in general, Damari, you can't really speak to us about history. It doesn't matter. You're not in. I'm not trying to be funny, but you're not really in the bracket to have these conversations with us. And that's just based off of the education rankings of your.
You don't know my bloodline.
But that's based off the education rankings of your island. And that's all I have to say. We don't have to go no further than that.
We're brought here on ships.
You were brought here on ships. How about that? You were Ottoman Turks.
Y'all mixed with the different people, the Indians and the white.
Ma'am, you're an Ottoman Turk descendant. Like,
y'all mixed with the Indians. What are you talking about?
Ma'am, you're 50% Spaniard.
Why are you? You don't know nothing about my history.
Ma'am, you're 50% Spaniard.
And you're 100% stupid.
50%.
Learn your history, brother.
Are you in New York or Puerto Rico?
You were brought. I'm not from New York. I'm from Philly.
Are you in Philly or Puerto Rico right now?
Philly, born in Puerto Rico.
Born in Puerto. Why aren't you in Puerto Rico right now?
Philly as well. We're not.
I was like, I was about to say, why aren't you in Puerto Rico right now?
We know our history.
You know,
it's not about Puerto Rico. It's part of America.
Why aren't you there? Hello.
So stupid.
Why are you in Philly right now?
I just came back from there a day ago.
Then why didn't you stay? There. Why didn't you stay?
I'm always there. Listen, it's way free than America there. This not the thing.
Okay, why didn't you stay?
This is not my point.
Why didn't you stay there, man? If it's prettier than the rest of America, why didn't you stay there?
Why even came in here? The point was something simple.
You want to talk about? All right, let's talk about Puerto Rico.
Be so divisive and keep
you're being divisive right now, man, because you don't know how to shush. Silencio.
Not when I shush for you.
Silencio.
Who are you?
Silencio.
Who are you?
Silencio. Siéntate.
Who are you?
Siéntate.
Who are you?
An American Indian?
Siéntate.
Bitch
you
ass,
about to get dropped.
Sit the fuck down. In English, sit the fuck down. Period.
Siéntate.
In your history, y'all was brought here.
Is somebody, all right, I'm about to
y'all was brought here.
Okay, hold on.
Y'all was brought here.
Okay, I was about to say, sis, so like she sassy, she had to get dropped. We gotta put the leash back on these dogs for real. I'll put the muzzle on them.
Who let the dogs out?
Who let the dogs out? We gotta put
long nosed dogs over there in Europe. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, barking like a fucking blue nosed pit or something. Up here growling at us. Yeah, ma'am, take your ass to a Puerto Rican live. How about that? Why aren't you in the Puerto Rican live?
Why is she
going to another place and telling them about them? Like, I would feel so out of place going to Thailand and telling those people about themselves.
Right.
Like.
Well, yeah, I don't know why folks want to come on my panels and act like an animal. Like. They act like a goddamn animal. Like these, like, are y'all okay at home? Are y'all okay at home? She learned that at school with that trash ass Puerto Rican education, apparently.
That part. It just be killing me that, like, how they be like that color and you clearly mixed up with some stuff, but then they don't want to talk about their mixed up stuff, right? So, you know, you can't even figure out where to put a dot on the map to say you come from. You know, but you want to tell other people what they are.
But a lot of Indians
ever seen a slave ship by chance? I went to Ghana. I went to Cape Coast actually, in 9th grade, and they took us to the castle where the slaves were last bought, and it's just I don't know, at a young age, me and a few other classmates realized that it was gimmicky. It didn't feel right. I didn't feel any connection to the land at all. I'm not gonna lie. I felt no connection to Ghana. And I'm a dark-skinned girl. I didn't feel no connection. The people, they didn't look like me. And this is just not to generalize, but I just felt no connection to the land. And we actually asked, did they have any pieces of the slave ships? Were there any different artifacts that we can see? The only thing they showed us was markings in the castle where they said the slaves were lined up on top of each other.
The
Where there were
scratches. You seen the
scratches and
scratches?
engravements in the wall. That's the only thing that we were able to see. And I have pictures in case anyone think I'm lying. That's the only thing we were able
Can
to
I ask
see.
you a question?
Yeah.
Honestly, does it perplex? I've always been perplexed by this, right? Why would Ghana decide to have to use that as a landmark to get people to come? Like, yeah,
It's
man, let me
supposed
show
to
you
be
where we held
spiritual.
slaves at before we shipped them out. Oh, that's a real landmark I'm trying to go see. If my ancestors came from Ghana, I would be completely peed the hell off. Like, I'll be wanting to blow that up. Like, I like the whole marketing campaign of that. I just always perplex me. Like, I know black people when they go over there, they go see it. I mean, I don't know what else they got going on over there to see, you know, because I actually heard Ghana is a nice place. I'm not gonna knock these places. I've heard Ghana is a very nice place to visit, but the slave dungeons and castles, like that ain't some, like I ain't found no Ghanaian in my genealogy anyway. But I'm just saying, if I did, or whether or not, it just doesn't seem like.
No, it's a touristy spot, so you don't see the Ghanaians there really touring. I'm sorry.
My bad. I was gonna say we could look at all the folks that was dropped off. Apparently, we can look at the slave ships right now. All the folks that was dropped off in the mainland United States. You're not gonna fucking believe it. I'm not gonna lie.
It's
you're not gonna fucking believe it.
Oh, it's ridiculously low now.
It's it's like a tourist spot. It's supposed to be mainly for like tourists to kind of see. And it's not I guess it's more, they say it's a spiritual experience. Now, when you go in there, do you feel a presence as to there were people there? Yes, I do believe something happened there, but I don't believe that's where slaves were bought. But yeah, it was an experience.
You got the African slave. Yeah, we on Slave Boys. You got the African Origins database right here. Y'all ain't about to believe this number. We're gonna do the itinerary right quick. Disembarkment in Africa.
Real low.
Well, it's 92,000 right here. Now we're going to filter it from Africa to mainland North America.
So low.
Shit.
Remember, at one point they were saying
82.
82 ships?
No, 82 people.
82. See, that's what I'm saying. I thought it was going to be so low.
Two people made all of us. Okay.
So the truth is,
somebody's mic is
yeah. So when I was doing my whatever genealogy and research and stuff, I'm in the Carolinas now. I'm not from the Carolinas originally, in the Carolinas now. And I found out that there were more people leaving out of Charleston, South Carolina, than coming in.
Yep.
And you know what I'm saying? Like when you export, you're just an exporter. Like, you know, how regions in Italy export olive oil, right? They're not also like, you know what I'm saying, you don't get the big import there as well. So if you're exporting olive oil, you're not buying olive oil. You feel me? So if you're exporting all of these indigenous people and enslaving them and sending them around the globe, you're not going to be importing them from elsewhere. And they always talk about how Charleston was the biggest port for slavery. But the trick was they were taking the people from here and making them slaves and sending them everywhere else, not bringing them in.
Can I interject here, host?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so Brother Osiris, I'm reading from PBS's website. It says between 1525 and 1866, the entire history of the slave trade to the New World, according to the Transatlantic Slave Trade Database, 12.5 million Africans were shipped to the New World. 10.7 million survived the dreaded Middle Passage, disembarking in North America to the Caribbean and to South America. It says how many of these 10.7 million Africans were shipped directly to North America? About 388,000.
Well, I just showed the names of the people and the records that they have. They only have records of 82 people.
Ships, but that's had to be a lot.
We have a transatlantic slave trade database.
Then you can fit all these people on one goddamn ship. It's
There had
82
to be
people.
so many ships, and to survive those conditions.
We're talking about 300 years, right? So
300 shit. Hold on. This is from. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna redo it. I'm gonna show you from. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. Like I'm gonna show you from the start. This is African Origins Database. I'm on the site right now.
Right.
But we're gonna go from 1500 to 1866. Mainland North America, right? And these are the names of the people. 82. It's only 82. And these are the disembarkment points. You got Charleston, right? You got Charleston. You got York River. You got Annapolis. This is Maryland. Annapolis. Bermuda. You got the Bermuda 100. This is in Virginia. You got Charleston, South Carolina. Hold on 1 second. We're gonna keep going. You got the the Congo River. Wherever the hell that is. You got Maryland, Low Cedar Point. This is Georgia, my bad. From the Congo River to Georgia. You got Low Cedar Point. That's Maryland too. That's near the west. That's on the western shore. You got Mobile, Alabama, the Clotilda. You got the people from the Clotilda.
Are you
right
saying
here?
You're looking up the 300 years? And
Yeah,
saying,
I went from 1500 to 1866.
Okay, so give some more context on this database that you're talking about. Is this where they say
slave voyages? Emory University. Henry Louis Gates. Hold on, Henry Louis Gates works on it. Dr. John, what's his name? David Eltis. He's the founder of it. You got who else? Emory University works on it, and then now recently, Harvard University has picked up, and they said the total number of Africans throughout that came to the Americas is 200,000.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I was confused. Then what are you saying when you're saying 88?
82. That's how many people got to mainland America from Africa.
Well, hello.
I don't see that anywhere here in what I'm reading from PBS. It's saying
You're on PBS. That's why.
Right. That's
you're on PBS.
Old information you're looking at.
PBS.
It's old information. It's outdated. We're on the actual database. We're on the actual database, and this is the Harvard University database. The slave trade database is moving to Harvard, right? This is Henry Louis Gates right here, and he's talking, and he's with David Eltis.
Right
now, there's a digital tool that compiles over 4 decades of scholarship on more than 30,000 voyages and 200,000 people.
Where are you saying the other 200,000 went to the islands?
Well, Shay, look, we can go back to the database and look. All right, let's do the Caribbean. Let's do the Caribbean. 13,000 went to the Caribbean. 13,000. All right, what's up, Venus? You can come through. 13,000 went to the Caribbean. Now let's look at Brazil. It's fucked me up too. Because they said most Africans went to Brazil, right?
Right.
Just 247. 247 were dropped off in Brazil. Now let's look at Africa. From Africa to Africa. Most 76,000. Most of them went to other parts of Africa.
So I'm on the same website now. How do I load it? How do I encode it to get what you're getting? What do I start with?
You have to go. All right, so people at transatlantic slave trade, or the Atlantic slave trade, enslaved databases, African origins, right? Oh snap! I didn't flip the camera. All right, I'll show you again, step by step. We're on slave voyages right now, right? We're going over to people of the Atlantic slave trade.
Okay, got it.
Now We're going to African origins. Right here, we're going to click on African origins, and you're going to go to the itinerary. You can see, you see the embarkation port right here. It's Africa. So that's where they take the people from. They're taking the people from Africa. And these are disembarkation points, embarkation points, right? Africa, mainland, North America, Caribbean, and Brazil.
Wow, I learned something new today.
They've been working on that. People have been, asking, where are the slave ships? You know what I'm saying? Dane Calloway has done a lot of work or whatever, to get them to change that stuff because it's lies. Like I said, in my research, Charleston was a point of export, not import. So the truth is, even on that, I don't know if it's on that site, but they have slave voyages, and the John Eltis person, he works on that. And so what he's done is a lot of these voyages, they're from one part of North America to another part of North America, one part of North America to Bermuda, one part of North America to the Bahamas. And they'll send you down there for a little while, send you back up to North America, send you to Louisiana. So you're just disoriented. People are not coming from Africa over here. That it just didn't happen like that. They were from the very get-go. Christopher Columbus says in his journal that he was going to enslave the people that were there in Hispaniola. He took people in Hispaniola over to Europe, right? Then they couldn't get back over here for a number of years. You know what I'm saying? Let's not act like you can tell the Atlantic Ocean what to do. You can't tell the Atlantic Ocean what to do. Even with the technology we have now, folks is not just going back and forth across the Atlantic Ocean like that. It don't work like that. It's very temperamental.
What do you mean? You ride the currents. The currents are designed to get you right over from West Africa into this area.
Nobody's done it. That's the thing. Nobody's ever done it. Like you ask any Navy SEAL if they sailed across directly from here to West Africa and vice versa. They say they've never done it.
Nope.
Oh, they made it. We have the proof. They made it from Africa to here because we have the proof here in Mobile of the last Clotilda, which is the last ship that came to the United States with the last known living slave right here in Africa, which is known now as Africa Town in Mobile.
I mean, they got it on slave voyages.
Joe Louis.
Yeah, they got the people.
They interviewed him for years, and he actually journaled his story, the background of how he got here.
Questioning what? Ain't nobody questioning. I just showed the numbers. There's only 82 people.
It was 115 on the ship with him that survived. That wasn't the original number.
It wasn't even.
But that was the only survivor.
Somebody said a movie on Netflix.
It wasn't even 100. It's not even 115 people on a Clotilda on slave voyage.
You blacks are an interesting bunch.
Man, shut the fuck up. Ain't nobody give a fuck about nothing. Why take that mixed Black American woman out your profile pic?
So here's where I'm going with it, right? I think you've heard me talk about this before, Osiris. So both are true at the same time. And Africans are indigenous not only to America, but we're indigenous to the planet. We're the original people on the planet, Homo sapien sapien, right? And
we've had this Homo sapien sapien.
We traveled all over the planet. We've migrated all over the planet, and our phenotypes and features changed as we entered new environments and settled there. And we went up the Bering Straits and down through Canada on the coastline, down through so-called California, down into Mexico. But when we got into the Americas and we settled there, our phenotype changed from what you would consider traditional African to the quote unquote red man. That's still us. And then at the same time, in the 1500s, conquistadors or whoever, the Dutch originally brung slaves over here into America. So why are we acting like both aren't true at the same time?
I just showed that both that happened, right? 82 people. They only have records of 82 people touching mainland America from Africa. Just showed it.
So whether or not, and I lost you once you got to a certain part. And I'm on that same website. I can't quite work it the same way as you did, but I'm going by this number that I see on PBS, about 388,000 over 300 years. So
they say,
and then we multiply it into the number that we see in America today. So what's controversial about that?
What's called they ain't got no records to back it up. That's the thing.
I mean, you're talking about the 1500s, so you're not going to have but so many records.
1500s, you're not. Yes, they do. Yes, you will. If Europeans can document themselves in the 1500s, you think they ain't going to document Africans that they had?
So where do you get all of these banks and all of these corporations that got their money specifically from the slave trade? Where do you get the does
that mean that they landed in the United States?
Right.
I don't understand that. Isn't that how history works, to be able to document?
Exactly.
I don't know. So then what is history?
And then slavery was a bit. So slavery was a business. You just gonna forget to document what you do in your business.
Well, I would say if we researched in depthly enough, I'm just having a.
We have. You're just catching up.
This is over. The slave voyages has been studying this stuff for 40 years.
Right.
I'm talking about us right here in this room right now. I'm sure
we do that.
Hold on, the lady at the top. I'm trying to finish a sentence, but you go right ahead.
I'm saying we're up to date. You're not. That information that you're looking at is over a decade old, because before then they were saying 100 million Africans came from Africa over to here. Then after pushback, I'm saying, well, where's the documentation? Where's the documentation? They went down to saying it was 12 million. And more pushback. It was like, okay, show us where they came to the U.S. Show us where they actually came to mainland North America. And from that, all of that 12 million has been retracted to the 82 that he just showed you. Because the PBS Pub quoted slavevoyages.org in what you were looking at. But that's old information. Now the new information from the same website is telling you only 82 Africans came here to the Americas. That same website shows you that it was intra-American slavery going on, where the voyages would start in New York and end in Georgia, start in Maryland and end in Florida, start in South Carolina and end in Antigua. It was a lot of back and forth between the islands and the other states. Like they would say, oh, we're going to sell you downriver. That's what was going on.
Okay.
They didn't come over. Wait, let me finish though. So like I said earlier, Christopher Columbus enslaved the people in the Americas. It was plenty of people already over here. This land was had been civilized and had a big population for thousands of years. So they didn't have to go and take 3,000, 6,000 mile trip to go get some folks who would be sick.
They didn't have to, but they did.
The land
they didn't have to, but they did.
They did not.
There's
no proof of it. He just showed you proof, ma'am.
What's up, Sam?
So you're saying there is no proof that they brought Africans from Africa to the United States?
He just showed you 82 people.
No. I mean, with all due respect, I have my own knowledge, my own research, and I live right here with the last known living slaves.
They got the records on
82 out of the 300 years, ma'am.
They got the people's names on slave voyages.
Yeah, it was thousands that left on the ship, but it was only 100 that survived.
There wasn't no thousands on no ship at that time.
Yes, it was. That was in 1840.
At that time,
yes, it was thousands that left Africa.
You know what time
only didn't survive.
You don't know what kind of boat they were on.
They recovered
you don't know what kind
ship.
of boat they were on, man. It's okay. Honey.
It wasn't a boat. It was a
ship.
You
were lied to. about where we came from to trick us out of our land.
We can't no longer say we were lied to because it's our due diligence to research the information.
I did research just now. Hold on, I'll show you. I'll show you the people on the names of. Hold on, I'm gonna show you the names of the people on the Clotilda right now. Like it's on the database.
I live here. I know them. I know them. I know their family. I know all of them.
Okay, that's fine. That's cool.
I have that information.
Just Cujo Lewis is more than just Cujo Lewis on the ship, right?
Cujo Lewis was the last known living slave.
And I got the names of the other people that were on the ship. Are you gonna let ma'am? Like I'm trying to speak. This is there's more than just Cujo Lewis, right? Cujo Lewis. We gonna go to mainland North America, right? Clotilda, we got it by disembark. Like I'm about to look at the Clotilda right now. Here's the names of people that came out the Clotilda. You have Copoli, unknown, Oro, Woro, Adisa, Monabi, Omolabi. So that's how many right here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. You got Abila or Abil. 8. Unknown name. 9. Gumpa or Gumpa. 10. 11. 12. 13. Conco. 14. Monabi. 15. Adisa. 17. Here is right here. Clotilda, right here. So I'm not making it up. Oro. 18. 19. 20. Copoli. 22. 23. 24. 24 people so far. 25, 26. It's by 15s. You know what? I could just do it by 50, right? We're probably going to find them. I see a whole page of them. Out of Clotilda. Like, by disembarkment point. Yeah, what did I do? Yeah, this is right here. So we're doing it by 50, right? So it's probably like half the page. It's like 25 people with names, right? In total, right? In total, people that came off the Clotilda is around, it's only 82 people, and majority of the names are documented from Clotilda. So it's probably about a good 50 names of the Clotilda on here, from the Clotilda on here.
Yeah. I just want to know where the ships are.
I have a quick question.
Ships are made of wood and they disintegrate over time.
I mean, I would think that if they can find artifacts and pieces of stone dated back to BC, then we can surely get something. I'm a little bit, I don't know. I just don't believe it to be true, but that's my opinion.
That ship could not have disappeared.
Why don't we believe it?
Because of my family, 1, and 2.
What about your family?
We've traced our lineage.
Where's you all's? Elaborate a little bit.
I mean, I don't want to keep repeating it, but yeah, my family traced their lineage here to the Americas. I don't. Yeah, I know where my people come from. I know my bloodline. I know, the whole spiel. So I don't have any ties to Africa.
Well, that's not true because all human beings derive from Africa.
Was anybody there to see that? Was anybody there to see that?
If all humans derive from Africa, okay, let's just say that. I'll just say that I'm so far out from that, then I don't have any traces. I don't know where to trace, where to go to, where to look, who to talk to, who to contact. I don't know where.
So would you pull
if
up
somebody can help me.
Mitochondrial Eve, like we already know about what is there to it? Like who was it found in?
Can you show them mitochondrial Eve?
Who was it found in?
What do you mean?
We know about it. We know about it. Like what about it?
Well, so sis, Miss Vivid, do you know who mitochondrial Eve is?
Enlighten me.
All right, so host, can you show mitochondrial Eve?
Why can't you show it?
No, I
like
want you
you're
to
the one that wants
enlighten
to
me.
show it.
You're the one trying to deter everybody from what they already know about their own genealogy.
I'm just
Like,
saying,
So
if
Miss
somebody
Miss,
is telling
Miss
you
Miss,
that they
do
have
you know who
found,
mitochondrial Eve is?
they've traced
Sir,
their ancestry back
I know
here.
my genealogy.
Why
I'm asking
why
you.
are people
I'm
so
sorry,
hell
Do you
Vivid.
know your
on?
Hold on
genealogy,
one
sir?
second, Vivid.
Hold on.
Do you know
Miss
your
Miss,
genealogy?
do you know who mitochondrial Eve is?
Do you know your
Oh my
genealogy?
goodness.
I'm asking you a question, ma'am.
And I asked you a question.
So answer mine, please.
No, I don't have to answer your question
Okay, so
because
that means
you are
I'm
not.
gonna assume you
Sir,
don't know who
you
she
don't know
is.
you don't know any of the stuff that we're talking about. You
I'm
are
gonna
just
assume you
trying
don't
to
know
catch
who she
up.
is.
Okay, I have
You're
a
just trying to
question,
catch up.
Mr.
Do
Black
your
Alien. Sorry, Miss
genealogy.
Mama Miss. What about those of us that are able to trace our lineages back to the 1600s and 1500s and not find Africa anywhere? And in fact, have research with people dated with their Bibles and old records from the 1500s that I'm able to find and research from multiple websites.
There's
What
nothing
do we
wrong.
explain
I
about that?
don't challenge that at all. What I'm challenging is what happened prior to that. All human beings are classified Homo sapiens sapien.
I'm gonna ask you that. Hold on
If
one second.
all
I'm gonna
human
ask you.
beings derived from Africa, why not go into other people's lives and say, "Hey, you're from Africa, white people"? Why are we only
I got
talking?
another question about
That makes no sense. If every human derived from Africa,
I'll go in a
okay.
live in a heartbeat and tell them that they're all human beings are derived from Africa.
I don't think so. I think what it is
Trust me.
what's the point? If all humans derive from Africa, then okay.
Let's all go back then. Hold on, let's all go back then. We taking white people, we taking Asians, we taking up. Why not? African feed us all, right?
Just stop here.
Why don't
we take everybody?
I don't stop here. I say that every human being on the planet is classified as Homo sapiens sapien, modern human. All modern humans, all on this planet
all
today.
modern humans, but we got Albert Perry that's born in South Carolina, older than Homo sapiens sapiens.
Exactly.
And
his DNA, and then we got the hold on one second. We got the only healer or mortal cells found in an American woman. Why is that?
And
we want to talk about mitochondrial Eve. That's the healer cells are the real Eve genes.
Do you disagree with mitochondria? Do you disagree with mitochondria?
And you know, Henrietta Lacks,
hold on.
She was my uncle's wife. Is a descendant of hers.
Yeah, Henrietta Lacks is a Rappahannock, Potomac Indian. Yeah, Henry Loretta. Yeah, Loretta. I got her genealogy. Yeah, go ahead.
With mitochondrial Eve, Osiris.
Shit, if we got the only immortal cells in America, yeah. Yeah, we all have.
I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. I'm saying that we can trace all human beings back to mitochondrial Eve.
You do.
We could trace all. He was there. Like, who is Lucy's baby daddy?
A common ancestor.
Who is it?
One of our common
ancestors. Hold on, Mama. You got. Hold on, Mom. You got. They can't talk at the same time. I was about to say, like, who is Lucy's baby daddy?
One of our common ancestors.
And who is that? What's his name?
We don't know his name.
So how we all come from Lucy? We don't know. Did Lucy go through parthenogenesis?
We don't know. She didn't. We know that she's the oldest, most complete fossil that we have, unless we're talking about that newer.
And is Lucy a human or an ape?
Because we did find the guy in Morocco. So he's a little older than Lucy.
Yeah, for sure. Is Lucy? Are they humans or are they apes?
They're not quite human yet.
Okay, so what are we talking about?
We're talking our ancestors before we became Homo sapiens sapien. When you're talking about
like an ape, so you descend from an ape, right?
You do too.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Name any ancient civilization that said they came from an ape.
They didn't have the science to understand it at the time.
So are you saying people in ancient times were slow?
No, I'm saying they didn't have.
No. So you're telling me European science that was created in the goddamn 18th, 19th century, they knew more than people that built structures they haven't built themselves.
Well, I think we had extraterrestrial systems with those structures.
Yeah. Brother, you got them Billy Carson. Ancient alien Negroes.
I got another question about
what's wrong with the ancient alien theory.
Y'all get all your information from the fucking Vatican. Oh, the UFO community is an offspring of the goddamn Vatican.
I'm not hating on what you're saying about Vatican having a lot of esoteric information, but if we can evolve on this planet, then life can evolve on other planets.
So extraterrestrials came to help some goddamn apes. You think an extraterrestrial, a highly advanced intellectual group of beings will waste their time with fucking apes and teaching them shit?
Well, I would say when you look at,
I expect extraterrestrials to be like Frieza if they see some apes.
Let me answer you. You know, when you look at the laser type specificity, what do you call it? Specificity. What word am I using?
No, what word is that?
That's all, folks.
So you said Lucy BD is crazy.
I can't catch the word, but when you look at the specifics of how intricate that work is that's done in these ancient areas, like if you really look at it, we wouldn't have had the technology at the time to put these things together.
But you sound like every documentary I've ever watched back in 2013. It seems like you're combining a whole bunch of different documentaries and different people's research with what you're trying to bring to the table right now. And what we're telling you is we're going back using word of mouth, Bible records, death records, marriage records, birth certificates. We're using actual things that we can go back and trace. And you're telling me things from different documentaries.
So why are we hating on documentaries? We got to stop doing that.
But what we're doing is telling you things from grandma said, and what grandma said.
First of all, you're not going to bait me into hating on grandma because God bless.
I'm not trying to, sir. I'm not absolutely not trying to bait you because then I would
grandma said
to hate on my grandma. What I'm explaining is,
but she's trying to tell you of her experience.
But you say, hold on, you want to hold on, one mic, time out, one mic on me. Yo, you're trying to say that some scientists that don't know your goddamn family knows more about your family than you do.
No, I don't want to get baited into hating on grandma, right?
No, we're not baiting. We're telling you our families know more about us than a random scientist ever could.
Well, we can only go back so far when you're talking about grandma's Bible.
But my grandma's Bible led me back to other people's research and other people's Bibles and other people's manifest records that are telling me to go into the 1500s, and they have names of themselves, their spouses, their children, and their siblings, and it keeps going down and down and down and down and down, specifically from my family.
But sis, I'm not disagreeing with that. What I'm saying is when you go down and down and down far enough, you go back to Homo sapiens sapien, and we're the original.
But when we get there, there's a different type of writing style. There's a different type of all that. What we're talking about is genealogy and what is wrong with Americans being indigenous to America. You're talking about someplace the fuck else.
No, I'm not, because I already stated that human beings migrated out of Africa all over the planet.
Is Africa America? Because I'm just trying to understand. This thing says America, and you're talking about someplace else.
Give me a moment to explain to you, sis. What I'm saying is all human beings derive out of Africa. We migrate all over the planet. This is the out of Africa theory. We go up into the Bering Straits when there was still land up there. We cross over the Bering Straits. We go up, we go down through Canada, down through California, down through South America. We end up indigenous to all those lands. So Africans are indigenous to the planet, and every area on the planet that human beings migrated came from Africa, including the Anglo-Saxon, including the Indo-European, including anybody on the planet.
What about the water and the trees? But because everybody in the world needs a tree to breathe. Why is it that the oldest trees are here on this land? Something's not adding up.
What's not adding up?
Do you know of a different type of species that uses water to breathe? That were we all underwater once upon a time? Weren't we still breathing from trees? The oldest trees are here. Correct?
I have to Google the oldest trees, but
okay.
Another thing is
America
in the
is the oldest
1500s and
land.
the 1600s, I don't think that the slave ships that they say they had were even capable of having that many people that can survive going across those lands. So when she brought up the one slave ship that came over here, that probably was like the 1800s or whatever. That's probably like one of the first ones that ever got over here with that many people.
So part of how European colonialism occurred all over the planet was through their navy and their ability to fashion these ships. What gave them the ability to fashion these ships that were able to travel all over the planet? It was their need. It was their need for necessity. They come up in the Caucasus Mountains, a land of cold, a land of lack, a land of low resources. And this is what drove their behavioral patterns to want to go and colonize the rest of the planet. Why do you think that when we were in Africa, we didn't have these ships that could travel this far? We didn't have these technology to do war, with pow-pows or pew-pews, whatever we want to call them. It's because we didn't need all that. We had everything we needed in our area at the time. And so these people who came, those are us. Those are us after hundreds of thousands of years of evolution, coming back in those slave ships and bringing some of us, whatever the number we want to argue, from Africa to America. But when they got here, there were indigenous people here, and those indigenous people were from Africa. So I don't think we're saying something too dissimilar from
what indigenous means.
I mean, folks are
people that came here, but there were people already here, but those people were already from Africa.
The original people from a land, and we're the original people of this entire landmass.
Okay, then thank you for your input on your theory.
It sounds like an all-in-one.
Hold on, why you remove Vivid? Hold on, wait a minute. We're moving. Hold on, why y'all removing it? Like, when Vivid was up here? Hold on, like y'all not like Vivid. And who? I see people like, I know folks to request they could wait. Like Vivid was up here dropping some good shit.
Right.
Vivid, where you at? Oh, there you go. Right.
So this is an out of Africa theory.
I had a question for Black Alien.
Yes, the out of Africa theory. Yes,
it has not been proven true.
Those theories are supported by scientific facts.
Just got here. So you talk, and I didn't talk over you. You came up here. No, I didn't. Or whatever. I muted my mic and everything. So, but you have a long time to talk, and every time you give up something you say that you're going against, you've been proved wrong over and over again. Lucy is an ape. That is not a modern human. Lucia, who's here in the Americas, is a modern human being who looks like my grandmother, who looks like my auntie. Okay?
I don't want to be disrespectful, but you might not have heard me because I already said Lucy wasn't a modern human.
On top of that, the Appalachian Mountain Range is the oldest mountain range.
But I did say Lucy is not a modern human being, so you might not have heard me.
Okay, but you can fine. So if she isn't a modern human being, then your theory is broken.
It's not. She's from Africa. She's one of our ancestors.
Because the human beings now do not have that same. They don't grow fur. She had fur.
You have fur all over your body.
No, baby. I got hair and fur.
I got some questions for you.
You have hair all over your body, ma'am.
Hair and fur is two different things.
You have hair all over your body. Go ahead, sir.
Sir.
That 8,000 years ago, only melanin dominant, aka Black people, existed all over the globe.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. So next question: do you agree that after 8,000 years ago, or between 8,000 to 6,000 years ago, there was a distinction between the Neanderthals from Eurasia and the Africans or Black people from Africa?
Yeah, so what happens is when we migrate out of Africa and we get over to the Caucasus Mountains, our phenotype changes. We become what we would now understand as some of those Africans become what we would call white teeth, right?
Exactly. So, they interbred with the Neanderthals, correct?
And then they interbred with the Neanderthals. That's why they have 4
that means Black people doesn't originate with Neanderthals.
Hold on, I'm trying to respond to what you're saying.
No, I there are simple yes or no questions, and you added more on to. I need to get to more other stuff. My next question is,
hold on. What did you say? What was your main point of that?
Do you agree that at one point the Black American or the Black people didn't have Neanderthal DNA inside of their system?
Yes. Yes.
So is that safe to say that all Black people also in this day and age doesn't have Neanderthal DNA unless they came in contact with conquistadors who, you know what I'm saying, interbred with their ancestors?
Yes, full-bred Africans over in the diaspora, a lot of them don't have any of that DNA.
Exactly.
We're not saying anything too dissimilar, brother.
But
everybody being hairy and everybody coming from monkeys, that's not the case. The Neanderthals come from the monkeys. We don't. We came over there. Some of us came over there and started messing with them.
Okay, now that's when you've convoluted history. All human beings derive. We're all hominids. We all derive from primates. All human beings.
Make it make sense.
Okay, so there's multiple types of hominids on the planet at the time. Once we get to Homo sapien, modern human, we're the ones that beat out all the other hominids on the planet, including the Neanderthal. But while Indo-Europeans were still we survived, and they didn't. We found ways to survive, and we outnumbered them. We unalived them. They unalived because they hadn't found ways to survive better than Homo sapien modern humans, which is us.
So breeding was also a part of that, or admixture, forced admixture?
At some point, Indo-Europeans or white tea crossed with Neanderthal and made it with them. That's why they have 4 to 6% Neanderthal.
I'm from Neanderthal. What are you talking about? How did they mate from Neanderthal?
They made it. We are the white tea is you and me who ended up in the Caucasus Mountains and evolved over time.
What?
Yeah.
So you one of those people who believe they got further from the sun and they turned white?
Yes, because why did we get dark? We got dark because we needed our melanin. So what is melanin? Melanin defends you against the electromagnetic rays of the sun. It also allows us who have endomelanin and outer melanin to thrive in an area, around the equator at the time.
It encompasses our whole cell. It does not do that for the Caucasian because they don't have the same amount.
I said endo and outer melanin, right? So we're selenium. Even our whole base is different than theirs, but it came over time.
You agree that our DNA is non-soluble and theirs is, right? Meaning they are susceptible to genetic modification, right?
This is why they get all the skin issues from being out in the sun and things. They really need to be
as well as the animal DNA because their DNA is susceptible to
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. How the hell we? I don't know. 1 second. I'm not trying to hear this science babble right now. I'm not gonna lie. We talking about America. Now we talking about all these other folks. Like, let's get back to it. I'm resetting the topic. Like, yeah, this shit kind of ridiculous, man. This should go all over the place.
My whole point in that argument is the fact that black people was all over the globe. So when Columbus got to America, if 8,000 years ago there was black people, and then the Eurasians all came, the Eurasian and the white race came 6,000 years ago from Eurasia. How did any you know what I'm saying, the people that get considered Native Americans, how did they get spotted in America? If the first, you know what I'm saying,
because because we migrated all over the planet, and any other race. When you talk about race,
and they were black, correct? When they migrated, it was 8,000 years ago or before, and it was black people, correct?
Yeah,
exactly. So that means the people in America were black, right?
Well, after time, we became red.
Wow, look at you. What? So you got proof to substantiate that we became red over time?
Yeah.
And that our phenotype changed into these people that's from Siberia?
Yeah, look at the original Asians. They look just like us. Once you're in an environment for a particular amount of time, it changes your phenotype.
No, it does not.
Yes,
no, it does not. Let me finish because you said a lot of things up here that ain't true. Y'all use science as a way to back up what you're saying when it's just theories, and these are scientific studies that was done by the enemy, first off. But beyond that, when you keep talking about this out of Africa theory, like the woman up top kept trying to tell you, it's a theory. It's not proven by scientific fact. They keep trying to prove it by scientific fact, which is why I still consider it a theory. They should have took theory off of it if it was a scientific fact by now. But when they made that out of Africa theory, they only was talking about Africa, Europe, and Asia. North America, South America, and Central America did not exist to them, which is why they could not figure it out, and they was baffled when they came over here and saw our people over here, because they was like, how did they get here? Which is how the whole Bering Strait theory was invented, because if you go back far enough in these old books, you will read they sat there and couldn't figure out how they got here. So they say, you know what? They must have came when the flood ended and Noah and them got off the ark. They must have came over here from over there on the other side where the ark was left at.
You're mixing up a lot of stuff, and Noah's Ark never existed. The Bible,
I didn't say, sir. I didn't say
Alien, are you aware of the term negative?
I didn't say they were right. I did not say they were right. I said if you read it in the books, that was how they got this whole thing. Oh, the Indians must have came over from the Bering Strait from Asia. That's where they got that theory.
Said that.
Black alien. Are you aware of the term negro de terra?
Hold on. So we got to stop saying scientific theory and theory as if they're the same thing. Scientific theory is supported by science.
It's a theory. No, it's not supported. It's
Just a theory.
One mic, y'all got hold on. Once, like I'm about to clear the stage. Y'all too loud in my goddamn ear. Like relax. First sweep in the night. Like yeah, gotta relax. For like live, let's get up to 30,000 likes. Theory is not a fact. Facts. That is correct.
Hello, thank you for having us back. And thank you for hosting.
Let me get back up here, y'all. I'm sorry, I didn't got in the shower and everything. I didn't even want to put my phone down, so y'all can take me
All right. Yeah, folks to come up. Like, what took you so long? My bad. You know, sometimes I'll be slipping in.
And thank you for hosting.
All right. And then, like, sometimes I just do the sweep ski.
I get you. Yeah, sometimes you got to do a reset. You know, because
what's up, Seven? Not much. Just chilling. I just got here. Well, you could just get here. You could have been here for hours. You could have been here for minutes. You could have been here for seconds. When it's time to sweep, it's time to sweep. A sweep don't care who on the goddamn panel when it's time to sweep.
You definitely swept. You clipped everybody at the ankles, you know? And what's your game of choice?
I'm just playing 2K right now. Okay. Well, theory is educate. Exactly. That's all a theory is. That's why you have scientific theory. You have music theory. You have whatever theory. It's many math theory. Like, come on now. And y'all can request up. And people can come up. Y'all ain't in timeout or nothing. Well, y'all are in timeout, but it's like a 1 second type of timeout. You feel me? Hey, what's up, Yaya? What's up, C3 Sistar, Fadi? Who else in here? Cecita. All right, so the KJ, West Seniors, and y'all been in here. What's up, Saturday? What's up, Jay?
Yeah, she was making, what's her name down here? The sound of, what is that? Susic?
Susic.
Yeah, she was making some good points as well. You know, like you know, the word theory means that, hey, this is not fact. This is something that you can kind of use to throw against the wall to see if it sticks. That's literally what it is. I'm throwing this against the wall. I hope it sticks, but I don't have anything to substantiate it. I'm using some bits of knowledge I have over here, bits of knowledge I have over here, and I am surmising, meaning guessing, that
I'll be back.
This is what it is. So, and you brought up DNA is Albert Perry, whose DNA is the oldest male DNA in history, beyond any other DNA that's on the globe, and he's from America. He's, you know, older than Africa. So, yeah, that kind of takes whatever they were been saying out, you know what I'm saying, out of Africa theory. If he's older than that, his DNA is older than that African DNA. I think it's 300-something thousand, whatever it is. Well, way over however old they say the oldest man is before him. So I think they were saying the oldest man was 240,000 years, and he's into like 300-something thousand years. So, you know. we have to look and we have to keep researching. A lot of information is updating because a lot of the gatekeepers are gone. Gone. I think it's real refreshing though to see so many people of color on the research and being able to have these conversations. And like, you know, if you disagree, like we all were I went to school for African American history. And like, you know, for African American history. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna teach African, and what I learned is that they put me in high school science. I couldn't figure out what the politrick was. And then I kept doing my own research. And I'm, oh, that's what the politrick is. There is no trick is. There is no African-American history. It's two continents that don't African, and the people there have different phenotypes, you know. And this land mass has been inhabited, the two different continents, and all the islands within it have been inhabited, the two different continents, and all the islands within it have been inhabited by colored people, by copper-colored red people. That copper-colored red people, their head shapes don't have monkey or ape features in them, or ape features in them, you know. Yeah, they reconstructed Lucia, and Lucia could walk down the street and is walking down the street right now in Detroit, in St. Louis. Yeah, I'm saying exactly. Albert Perry, Lucia, you know, we know that we look different. Are there some similarities to some of the people in the different countries of Africa? Because people in Africa don't even call themselves Africans. They identify themselves by themselves Africans. Nobody calls themselves two different continents. Nobody in the world does that. But they would rather us call ourselves two different continents. I'm an 80s baby. I was born Black African. I'm the same person. 80s baby. I was born Black. By the time I got to high school, all of a sudden I'm an African American. I'm the same person.
That as far as within human beings, it makes sense that the first human or person or God, we're really gods, but you know, it makes sense the first ones to actually hit here would be in a type of human that is in balance with everything. It can get this kind of hair, it can get that kind of hair, it can get that, but most of these people are really homogenous. A lot of white tees are homogenous. A lot of Asians, very homogenous. Right. Spaniards, homogenous. When they have kids, they're homogenous. You know what I mean? But when we have kids, it's really diverse, and they play around with that whole Africa has the most diverse. They are. I really think they're lying. We have the most diversity because even when you listen to our voices, we all have separate types of voices. You know we're African. You're not African. You know
oh yeah, whoop whoop, like we're friends, you know. And they was like, what do y'all mean y'all friends? Like, y'all seen black people before? And they told them like, yeah, it's a whole tribe of them down the way. And there's way more the further you go, you know, through the land. But they got bushy hair.
California Indian, and I rebuke a lot of that history that you just gave. I look the same. My people look the same. That Native American was not in California. He was in the Four Corners, and he was in the plains.
It was none. I said they took the generalization basically they generalized the description of some. I said some Californian Indians. So I don't know what you're rebuking.
Because you said that's on. I've been in the audience for like 30 minutes. I only took a mic because you said in the California Indian more so had straight hair. You're trying to give it to the Mongoloid, and I face this all the time when people come on the other side of the Mississippi and they don't know about the California Indian. We were black.
I know they was
black Californians.
I've shown people that they were black. I've shown people the descriptions and everything of them. I know there was black ones. They were fierce in California. I said some of the California Indians had the description of dark copper colored with straight hair. And in the book, it said they took that description of a few tribes in California and generalized it and made people think that was the description for all the Indians found in the Americas, when it wasn't. If I said it wrong, sorry. I was trying to say some, not all.
With that correction.
You said there was some. You were definitely trying to clear up the fact that, you know, it was dark people inhabiting the whole America, and that one person had been trying to say the dark people with the straight hair, those are the Indians in California. And this one guy said, no, that's just one of them. Those people over there, they're curly hair, they're dark, they're Indians too.
All right, what I missed? What's up?
This California Indian being some straight hair mongoloid, like people not knowing what the California Indian is, the regular degler.
Who is this? Who's the person with all the goddamn letters? Name.
That's a big city. I've been up here. It's been a while. How you doing, man?
Oh, okay. I remember you. Never mind. Yeah, we got Master up here. Who's Master? Or Master?
Yeah, and I understand what Fadi was explaining, but I do appreciate Yaya's energy on the topic, because I do know, and I know a lot of us, I've heard I guess I should say, I've heard the talking point. People say, hey, the South, you know, East Indians are had nothing to do with those on the West. And a lot of times people defer to the Mongolian looking folks, but it wasn't until I started looking up the Miwok Indians from Lewis Corus and started really finding the whitewashing of the photo, the paintings and stuff, and started looking into the history, that I was like, wow, boy, they did them foul over there on the West Coast, but they you know, our people have always been over there looking like us, because he drew us like us. They were dark with straight hair, but I think it was because they had hair straightening practices. The way he drew it looked like us with dark with straight hair, copper with straight hair. I could bring the photo up, but you know, so I'm gonna do that while y'all talk. I don't want to take up all the, you know.
Yeah, you can definitely see that it was multiple different kind of looking dark colored Indians in California. So, and a lot of times they were darker than, like, you know, a lot of us that's from the woodlands.
Afros, exactly. A lot of us had afros. A lot of us had not straight hair in the sense of an Asian or a I'm just gonna say Asian or a Spaniard, but woolly
kind of straight hair with not very much of a curl pattern, a very puffy, woolly hair. But you use bear lard and whale lard, and you put it on your hair, and it weighs your hair down, and it makes your hair look like it's straight.
Right.
Makes it look like it's heavy, like maybe you have a perm in it, but you wash it and it's very poofy, woolly hair. And then a lot of us had short afros. I'll throw some pictures up also.
Now, Samuel's got some up there.
Let me see.
Yep, there they go.
Thank you. That's the San Francisco Bay Area. That's literally near Ocean Beach.
Yep, and that's 1822. So people would try to tell me they YT washed out all these folks, and I'm like, dude, from 1822 to 1900, you're not gonna get 100% of us, and plus 100% of their goddamn offspring to only go with YT skin looking Spaniards and Russians that came over here. People are crazy.
And then look at this picture because you get to see the variations. So you see the lighter, shorter, more. The guy in the back, he's not even dressed like the guy standing up with his hands in his pants, kind of hands on his hip. Just the whole positioning, the body language means a lot, and the different clothing also means a lot. It's showing you the different tribal groups, even within that area, the San Francisco Bay Area.
Right. And then you can tell, you can tell, like, if you ever had a press, you know when that press get a little fuzzy and at the bottom and the roots and it's lifting up a little bit, you can see the density of the hair. You see what I'm saying? Look at that. That's a press. You know?
Yeah.
We've been doing this before they came around, so I wish we'd be a little kinder to ourselves when folks get their hair pressed or whatever. Like, oh, you want to be white? No, we just like having variations. Like she was saying, you can see the different, like different shades of them. You see what I'm saying? Like, we have we variety.
And it makes sense. It makes sense because you got to think about it. The hair grows, and if we do nothing with it, it either gets really nappy and hardened. So over time, as humans, we wouldn't just not do our hair. We wouldn't just not add water and some gel that we find in the aloe leaf or something to it and be like, oh man, look at that. You know what I'm saying? We would play around with this stuff because it's also our aesthetics. We see this on other people. So when these Africans try to make it seem like we got all our hairstyles from them as if we couldn't take this 2 pieces of hair and twist it together. Are y'all serious? These people are crazy.
And that's absolutely absurd. Because let's be real, okay? I'm an 80s baby. I'm born between Off the Wall and Thriller, all right? So from Gary, Indiana, GI, Chi-Town, I rep my shit. My family from Mississippi. Okay, check this shit out. We ain't getting you didn't go to the Africans to get your hair done because there wasn't none of them. You didn't get them Africans and Nigerians and stuff or whatever setting up these beauty salons to do hair until like the late 90s, early 2000s. And ever since then, Black Indigenous American women been going to the Africans to get their hair braided. Ain't nobody got no damn edges. We went through the perm, the curl, all that, the press and comb and had edges. And ever since we didn't start going to them to get our hair braided, we ain't got no edges. When my mama braided my hair, I ain't had no problem keeping my edges.
Stones to make their hair straight too.
Yep. Oh man.
And then you look at when you look at the Mayan walls, you see the different styles there. You see the braids, you see the locks, you see all these different styles. That's the same empire over there. You feel me?
Like to make your hair straight without heat, I can take my hair and take ribbon after I wash it and completely stretch my hair out and use the ribbon and band my hair all the way down and let it fully dry. And I can get my hair to look exactly like their hair does in that picture with no heat at all.
Yep.
True. I had a friend in elementary school, actually. She was from Africa. And they used, it looked like it was bendy, or maybe it wasn't, but it would be tied so tight and so fine, and it was sitting there for maybe a couple of days, but then when you take it out, it would be straight. But our grandparents, did the same thing before they got to us burning our ears or whatever. They had their own practices. And I feel like I want to go back to this question. What's wrong with Black Americans being indigenous to America? The only thing wrong with it is the representation. And when the representation got twisted and folded, there were all these other things that were created, us wearing the weaves and the wigs, and, us stepping out of our native customs to pretty much doing what they have us doing, going to the nails and having this and that and that. Maybe these things were things that we did, but now they're being ran by someone else. You know what I'm saying? So the pot is being filled up over there with them, and they're not really spending over here back with us. No, not at all. Even with, Martin Luther King, he was like, hey, we need y'all to go over to these white tea people stores and just stick it to them. They're going to fight you. They're going to hit you with the water. You're going to get beat up, but it's okay. You got to stick it to them. And like, once again, another detriment. We're spending with them. They're not spending with us. It kind of took us from our community. We are community. Like in that picture, there are probably different tribes in one photo, peacefully. But now we've developed this thing where you got to stick with where you go, and it got really messy. So I would love for us to get back into going to us, for things for us, make it FUBU again, for us, by us. That's it.
Wrong with Black Americans. With the hairstyle, from our land. And they invest.
Hold on, mama. Hold on. Yeah, I was answering the question. Hold on. Go ahead, yeah.
What's wrong with Black people being indigenous to America? Because they want our land. They want us to stop fighting them because they want our land. And they've invested a lot of money in the Out of Africa theory that was paid for by the Bank of England. Darwin had other people with him. They paid a lot of money for the Bering Strait theory that was paid for by the Smithsonian, which also comes out of the Bank of London. The photos of the Native American Asiatic people that they sell as being the real indigenous people of America, they put a lot of money in that. They paid Edward Curtis over $1.9 million for the first 5 years, and then they continued the payment for 20 years. That was paid by J.P. Morgan. They've invested a lot of money. They invested a lot of money in the Indian schools when they took these Asians and Chinos and Eastern Europeans and sent them to Indian schools to teach them how to be Indian. And now they have all these fake languages and hopping around on one foot and feathers in their hair. And then they sent us to school to actually take the Indian out of us. That's why everyone's always at, what's your language? Well, number one, you're speaking our language right now, which is American English. That's one of our languages. But they sent us to school and actually stripped the Indian out of us. So I've always asked, I think that's odd that you guys were sent to Indian schools, but you still have all your customs and traditions and languages. You ain't got no food, no religion, and nothing like that to make yourself have a culture. But we were sent to school and constantly being told that we didn't come from here. We came off a slave ship. So they've invested a lot of money in this, and they can't get rid of us. But they want our land.
Interesting conversation with the Native American. And they were saying how in their schools or from their elders, for one, they're taught some crazy stuff. Like basically the stuff that we know as our history, they're taught as if that was them and not us. They think that they're the ones who taught YT people how to bathe themselves and, you know, all that stuff. But also, he didn't know that he knew that his grandmother went to the Indian school, or she was. I think he said his grandmother or great grandmother went to the Indian school, but he did not know that at those schools, like a lot of those kids were forced to be there, or they was taken, the K word taken, and he didn't know that they were taught languages at those schools. And we showed him. He crashed out after that, but we showed him like, nah, they was taught languages, they was taught customs, they were taught how to be an Indian at these schools. And it basically they were, you know, abused as well and punished if they didn't stick with the program.
They always crashing out.
On Darvin, what's going on, bro? I'm live from Arkansas and Oklahoma. Yeah, I just now came from these Native American museums out here in you know, Cherokee, Muskogee, what's the other one? Seminole, Potawatomi, Saponi. All those people is mostly just YT people out here perpetuating the fraud. It's like a handful of Mongol style natives out here, and they're sitting up here trying to say that they're the full blood Indians, and they also try to erase southeastern tribes. Like for example, we went up there to the Cherokee museum in Cherokee Res out here in Oklahoma, and they have a blink and you'll miss it mention Yamasi, and I asked one of these tour guides, and he's supposed to be a half Cherokee, half YT man. I asked him, do you know anything about the Yamasi? Because historically they interacted with each other as like enemies. And he didn't even know what the hell I was talking about. And basically I had to school his ass because most of these natives don't know shit about real history.
Wow.
Yeah. Another one is they got all our stuff up here in a Freemason building with called the Five Civilized Tribe Museum up in Muskogee Reservation, and basically they got all the real information locked up behind a cabinet, but they'll sit up here and showcase Plains natives artwork. For real, cuz then when we go to the Cowboy Museum out here in Oklahoma, they have it entirely whitewashed, and they barely even mention Black Americans who started the whole cowboy culture. But they'll show you some Plains Mongoloid natives in that museum and some white men, YT men. They won't mention anything about Cherokee Bill. They won't mention anything about Deadwood Dick. They won't mention anything about Stagecoach Mary or any other of our heroes and outlaws and sheriffs of that time frame. It's mostly Hollywood white cowboys, Hollywood rodeo white cowboys, all types of silly shit that's whitewashed about our American history. And then when I touched down in the Tulsa, Oklahoma, Greenwood Rising, if I'm not mistaken, they got it liberalized and very much Africanized, where they're trying to separate Negroes from being Indians, labeling them as freedmen. What they show
Indians on those pictures, were you amazed that they didn't have saddles on their horses?
Oh yeah, they didn't have saddles. They put blankets on their backs.
The ruler of the buffalo. Why wouldn't you have on chaps and a saddle on your horse? You've been here 10,000 years, they say.
I don't know, because they didn't have the same technology as like the Europeans putting that on their horses. They usually rode bareback. But the horse like that was original to the Americas, like the Hangerman horse. It was here, but it went extinct. Most horses within the United States are European imports.
But the horse is indigenous to the American
Mustang. I think that Mustang might be. Let me look it up before I say.
The horse is indigenous to the Americas or whatever.
Yes, you have the Hangerman horse, but they went extinct.
I'm saying whatever horse around the globe, the very first horse came from the Americas. How it mutated and this and the other when it got to other places, they don't know. That's all I'm saying. And they try to make it seem like they were all gone here because they try to say, everybody went extinct in 1400. Oh, the Mississippians were here until 1400. They were here in Cahokia until 1400. No, they were still there, and you guys are just taking people's land. You see what I'm saying? Like, they try to make it seem like the indigenous colored people, copper colored people, didn't have the brain function, were not able to move. Like, even the whole Bering Strait thing is saying that, oh, you're not smart enough to see that a piece of wood that is on top of the water can float, and that you can fasten a piece of wood to travel.
Mike, the people in the audience can't hear you. Can you get a little bit closer?
Oh, can you hear me now? Is it better now?
It's better.
Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, so like a lot of the things that they say, oh, this went extinct, they say that we went extinct. The Shara people, they went extinct or whatever. But it's a lie. A lot of these things did not go extinct. That it's an excuse to say that the land was free. It's an excuse to say, oh, the people that were here or whatever did not have the intelligence to build the civilizations that we see here. They couldn't see a piece of wood float on a piece of water and say, oh, let me take a tree and make a canoe and travel across the waterways instead of freezing to death or whatever, or unalivement from Siberia and coming out a different color from a different bridge. They can't. That is how the people in Fiji get to be the color they are, or the other Oceania.
So Tyrone, the
thing is from here. They lie and say that the Spanish brought it over. They lie and say that the horses went extinct the same way they said we went extinct. But horses originally come from the Americas. So does the elephant and the camel.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask.
American.
That's what I was about to ask because the Hagerman horse is a zebra. Right? Tyrone, you on mute?
Yes, it is a zebra. But it also has a variant where it's not a zebra.
Horses over here.
Right. They originated over here, and then they went other places, and we took them other places. Let's be real about that. We took them other places.
And y'all want to know something funny? Being out here in what the fuck? Y'all niggas need to stop trying to trip me. But anyway, I'm sorry. But
hey, what's up, Felix?
What I was saying? Oh yeah, when y'all come out here to Oklahoma, what's the funny part is they don't have any like native style restaurants out where the so-called five civilized tribes is. It mostly be white YT restaurants. But when you go out further into Oklahoma, they got like a bland fry bread restaurant with YT people running the shit, which is real silly and weird. Like, they're supposed to be the fathers and mothers of our soul food restaurants and cooking styles, but they don't have their own variant of our so-called soul food, which is suspicious because they're utilizing European style dishes mostly and borrowing from Mexican retentions.
They're nomadic people. They can't have a culture of growing anything because they're not of the land. You know what I'm saying? They're constant, moving around. They don't have time to grow anything, and so they wouldn't have agriculture and whatever they are paying people food. If they didn't have time to build a house that was stationary, how they gonna have time to come up with a menu? They eat whatever they can get their hands on.
I wouldn't argue with Cindy. Cindy probably don't even know who her great grandmama is. She probably a Cabbage Patch Kid or was sold over here by the Russian Czar. She don't know who her people are, so she can't tell you about a horse or an elephant. I would just ignore. I've been ignoring her.
Who's somebody in the comments saying hey, what's up, Phoenix? Oh, CO. She can get it.
Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix. I was about to say Cindy can get muted. Bye, Sydney. You can just all you can do is watch now.
Master, you've been up here for a while. You gonna say anything?
Who?
Master
11.
Bye, he can get the boot. Bye, dude.
Hey, you mind if I ask the panel a question?
Sure.
I think it's interesting to know if everybody could, if you're comfortable with it, name your oldest ancestor birthplace that you know of. I think that's
Virginia.
Yours is Virginia?
Yeah.
Okay. For me, mine is Florida, 1850 Florida. Yeah, the oldest.
1700 Southampton, Virginia.
You asked how far people can go back or something?
Virginia. Yeah, 1700. How did you get that far back with your lineage?
Mine's is the 1600s in Virginia.
Mine is like 1500s.
And a lot of your people, if they were in the South like mine was, a lot of them, the records won't come into play past the early 1800s because the English didn't get there. You're going to have to look for French records, Spanish records, or tribal records. But that's the reason why you're running into a little bit of that wall.
Yeah, that'll make sense because I got a lot of older ancestors in the 1800s from Mississippi, Florida, Alabama. Yeah.
Yeah, also, so Mississippi is not a state until 1830.
Right.
So this whole thing about slavery happening so much in Mississippi or whatever, it wasn't a state. It was Choctaw country, Chickasaw country, and then the bottom half, bottom portion, that was West Florida. So Mobile, that's West Florida for a period of time, and it's owned by the Spanish.
And that's why a lot of your records, I was going to say what they'll try to say is since there was Chickasaw and Choctaw area, you were just a slave of those folks. But when you look at the number of Black liquor people who were slaves at that time, it was around in just the Mississippi and Alabama area, it was over 700,000 of them. But when you look up the so-called Native American numbers, just nationally, those fake names was about like 300,000. So even if you put 200,000 of them in those states, they would have to contain 700,000 of the strongest niggas on the planet. You're right.
And that's correct because for one, when I talked to that half white tea, half Cherokee man at that museum, he said most of those natives that were slave owners, they were like the people that were the heads of the tribe or people that spoke fluent English. It was not the common people that was enslaving alleged Africans. It was mostly like them enslaving rival tribes.
Like some Black tribes had, or different tribes had, slaves and different colored people, but black folks had slaves, white, all that. But it definitely wasn't just a bunch of them enslaving us. We were the Choctaws, we were the Chickasaws, and maybe we had some slaves of others. I know that my uncle, no, not my uncle, my sixth or seventh great grandfather, he was a Yuchi. I'm finding out, or at least his family was Yuchi before he got enslaved by the by the Chickasaws, and I'm just now finding a war that had happened between the Red Creeks and the Chickasaws, and I know that the Creeks were Uchis and Shawnees. That Creek was a new thing, so now I can kind of see where a conflict may have played, where my Uchi chief may have gotten enslaved by some Chickasaws, but that may be different, completely different, because these were YT looking Chickasaws as well. So it's a whole mixed thing.
And that's another thing, like, they try to make the story that they came over here from Europe and whatever, the top part of Africa, and just came over here and dominated. And it wasn't really that many of them that came over. And like I said, they were in outpost. And then they just said, oh, well, this is our state. We cover this area. But they really just communicated between, their other co-workers. We call them co-workers. So what they did was, like, everybody don't get along, right? Just because we live in the same place, don't mean, just like, you probably fought somebody you went to school with. Y'all live in the same neighborhood, but y'all had beef. And then so they like, oh, they got beef? Oh, let's exploit that. You see what I'm saying? So there was fighting that was going on amongst the different tribes that were here. Even like the whole Chickasaw and Choctaw thing, they're the same people. It's the brother that fell out with a brother, So they would get a tribe to fight with them or whatever against this, that, and other, and they say, okay, we'll leave you alone if you help us fight this tribe. And that's where all the treaties get broken. Basically, it wasn't that they was just so powerful. Because when they got over here, they couldn't fight against us. They because we fought what they call guerrilla style. Ain't nobody wear a certain color and line up in an open field for nobody to get hit. That's stupid. No.
The war I was just reading about, my bad. They were talking about how the Chickasaws would hide in the swamps and they would sit on these logs, on these bunch of logs. And so I guess the British had to pass through the only area that you can walk through. And by the time they would like accumulate a bunch of them in a spot, they would just come right up on them and hit them one time with the rifle. And they didn't even see it coming, and they kept taking them out like crazy. So like, yeah, I know you right. Like they kept hitting them with that guerrilla warfare, and it was crazy. But that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'm reading right here. It says over 370 treaties were negotiated and ratified between 1778 and 1871.
1778
and 1871. Yeah.
100 years. 300 and how many?
Over 370 treaties.
So nearly 400 different treaties in 100 years, or less than 100 years. You see what I'm saying? They didn't come over here and dominate us. They never have. And truthfully, like a lot of this enslavement stuff didn't happen then, but they sold us the story that we really enslaving us because they put us on their paperwork.
And just think about how many nations came to get us. So just in me reading this one story I was reading about that war, you had the British, you had the French, you had the English, you had the Spanish, you also had the Dutch. There was some Portuguese here a little bit, but also on the other side of the world, you also had the Russians, the Filipinos, the Chinese. All of these people are who were coming over here fucking with us.
The whole somebody, I don't know who said it, but it's a viral video where it's like the World War started whatever 1492 or 14 whenever the edict really went out or whatever till up until shit I don't know now it's still against us because the whole world has come against us and we believe different things. We bought into it.
We saw them Asians. This is what we had to do to them. And them Russians. We had to grab them by their hair and whisk themselves off.
And now then the people that sell us our tacos.
So when they be like, y'all mixed up, y'all mixed with them people, stop it. Stop. No, we did not. We grabbed them by their hair and put a sword to their neck.
Because that's a shield he has, and the little mini man, he had a shield up, so they came on some war stuff. They
came on some BS, and look how little his sword is, as little as his little legs and his little arms and his little head.
Well, them little men like that be on my Facebook dating app. I'd be like, ugh. I'm like, what is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying?
What's up, Nikki? Hey, Woody. Oh, how many? Damn, we all got over 700 people on StreamYard. That's my biggest stream on StreamYard. Huh.
Are you on StreamYard too right now?
Yeah.
Nikki.
Oh, this nigga doing all this. This nigga doing all this typing on Twitter, but he ain't pulled up to the live yet. I've been on 4 hours. Oh, these fan athletes are serious, man.
Man, a lot of them been converted. A lot of them been converted. I mean, I can't lie. I was in there, but I got out 10 years ago because I'm like talking to Umar. I'm like, but what about the people? I'm like, okay, you say I'm Pan African, meaning Pan Black, right? I mean, it was black folk over here. What about the indigenous people? That was black here. He's like, well, we gonna get to that. We gonna get to that. I'm like, okay. You never get to it, and that was 10 years ago. So.
Man, y'all come up here, Matt Cagano.
2025, and they just now getting to California. I've been here. Well, I just got to TikTok the other day, literally 15 minutes ago. But I was on Twitter since 2022, and when I first got to Twitter, it was like we didn't exist. They was telling me we was Asian, mixed up, and I'm like trying to fight for my ancestors and people telling me who I am, and I'm like, well, where's your people from? And they telling me they from the East Coast. I'm like, you can't tell me nothing about the west of the Mississippi. Please stop it.
I'm telling you, I'm not not debating, man. Get your ass muted. I'm telling you, I'm not debating. Like, you ain't telling us nothing, dude.
And that's the thing, like, they can't find, if we was from there, where are the people with these African roots? Like, it'll be paperwork. You have to have a manifesto, right? Like if the shipping crates and stuff that come over, they have a manifesto, It's some documents for all these millions that they said. Because, like I said, it used to be, they say it was 100 million people from Africa that were brought over here to the Americas. And then it went down to 12 million. And now, Darvick just looked at it again. I was saying it was in the thousands because I know it went down to the thousands. He looked just an hour or so ago. And how many people came from Africa to North America, Darvick, on these ships?
Yeah, 82.
Say it again.
82.
With your chest. That's a lot of us. Like we had classes. If you went to college or whatever, you had classes with 100 and some people. That's 3 third grade classrooms. Let me stop.
You would get your DNA would get well, we can't say that word on here, but it would get procreated away. It would disappear. It'd be gone. That's like putting a white tea lady in the projects. One of them. She's gone.
Right. Crazy.
They came and claimed land and got the people who wanted to fight for them. There's millions of Europeans. Where's their ships? Majority of them got on a big ass cargo boat during the Civil War.
I'm gonna show you them on their ships because they the ones that got on ships and was SHIT and pissing on themselves for 3 months, speaking different languages, and kept that the slave story is that Eastern European slave story. That's not our story. That's his story, and I'm gonna show you him smashed up on that boat all together, looking dirty.
People don't know, do y'all not know the majority of Europeans didn't get here till after the Civil War?
Way after. Most of them, they came in through Ellis Island, right? Ellis Island doesn't even freaking exist until 1880. They had
came through Galveston and Angel Island. A lot of those the Eastern Europeans that came out of the ports of Germany that were sold by the Russian Tsar to the Bank of England, they came in through Ellis Island to fill up the South after they did Indian removal. This is all during Reconstruction. This is all happening in the 1870s, all the way up until, because we were under military control after the Civil War for 20 years in the South. So they're bringing these Eastern Europeans in through Galveston, Texas, also to fill up the South.
Yeah, well, 20 years, that's 1865 to 1885. Most of them didn't really get here until the 1900s. That's why, like if you talk to folks, they talk about, after the World's Fair, in St. Louis and Chicago, that's when you start getting, all of these Europeans over here. That's why, the pizza doesn't get created until whatever, 1900 or whatever. All this other stuff, they were not here. It was only a few of them. And you had the Chinese or whatever that were here to help build railroads, and then they brought the Filipinos in the late 1890s and early 1900s, and those are the people. A lot of those are the people that they sent to the Indian school because the Filipinos were enslaved by the Spanish. That's like they spoke Spanish already. And those are people that folks call Mexicans.
I had to correct somebody about the railroads. They were like, the Chinese built the railroads. No, they did not. We built 85% of the railroads. The Chinese built the last 700 miles of the Pacific Railroad because after emancipation, they did not want to pay us a wage. So they always bring the immigrant in to box us out of the industry. And because they didn't want to pay us a wage, they brought this Chinese in and they only built the last 700 miles.
Right. Yep, they did the tail end on the West Coast. And then if you look at the pictures of them when they first came over, a lot of them had dark skin tone. But they did the same like shadism that they do all over the globe, where the ones that they show you are paler skin, and they make them mate within themselves. That's why you have people like that young lady came up here talking about she's from Puerto Rico, and that she, we not indigenous, but she can't say what she is. So they really made it brother and sister to keep it light.
Hey, I'm about to shut this down, yo.
All right.
Been on for 4 hours. Yeah, I'm about to shut this down.